your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy the restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome to day 3 from the Hilton Chicago Big Ten Football Media Days, 93.7 Ticket, ticketfm.com. This is old school, essentially. Me and Jay Foreman hanging out with you for this first segment. DT and Jake will be along before too long. And as always, you can be a part of the show. 402-464-5685. We have made it. It is Nebraska's turn at the podium. Matt Rule will get things jumping this morning, coming up here in about 2.5 hours on the podium. Like you heard Jake say at the end of early break, anticipating the Nebraska personnel over with us here probably before Matt Rule takes the podium, which would be good to do. Partner, Jay Foreman, happy Thursday. How's it going?
Yeah, good morning, man. It's look, it's a journey. Yesterday was a long day. Today will be another long day. But I think it's a good day because I think as I look over there, obviously Coach Rule's going first, and then Loxley's next, and then Whittingham. So you got some, 3 coaches that are in 3 different, like I call it, areas in their tenure at their prospective schools. And then on the back half, you got where guys are probably a little bit more set, where you got David Braun, Jed Fish, and obviously Signetti, the national champ, is going to go last. And so, it's the fight to be the last team on Thursday to go your coach. That means you're the champ. So, I think it's a good day. I think it's a good day for Nebraska and Matt Rule and the players to, shed some light on what's different in 2026 versus 25. And obviously, you want to highlight the 3 players that he's bringing here because they all have had a positive impact on the program since they've been there. And also, a little bit of light into you got a whole new pretty much defensive coaching staff, which we know because we're locally, but This is obviously you're going to be talking to the masses. Matt Rule has a big presence as far as obviously he has his own podcast and all that other stuff, but he's going first, so you kind of can set the tone, right? Everybody's going to be up there, the first guy that goes, so you can get everybody's attention. So it actually works out really well, in my opinion, for Nebraska to, I don't want to call it control the narrative because that kind of has a negative, connection with it. But I think you can really spread your word. Now, the best thing you can do is obviously have a plan and a process and deliver your 15 minutes. And then you back it up come September 5th and so forth after that. Then that obviously allows you to have some, obviously credibility, but then obviously it will bring more eyes during the season as well.
What's been the tone of the offseason, and is that the same tone that Nebraska needs here today?
Oh, well, I mean, I think obviously it's a clear different than last year. I think Calandra might have talked once, and that was on when the guy from the Big Ten or whatever he was, the former Penn State tight end, interviewed Rule, and I know Calandra was there. And besides that, maybe once or twice, I think I've seen him up there. So that's drastically different. The social media presence has been different. Now, granted, when they had spring ball was right along when Nebraska basketball was making their run. So it kind of worked out to be a little bit under the radar. So I think that's the main difference. And then obviously, you focused on, rehabbing the defensive staff, and then you went into the summer, or you started summer early, or post spring, and so it's different because the schedule was different. But then also, I think whether it was calculated or just kind of chance, I felt like the approach to the off season is different, and I think it. Give them credit if they felt like, all right, what did we do a little bit too much last year? Let's change it. At least you're showing, you have some reality and humility to change it. And, some of those players are gone, obviously. But more importantly, if you learn from what you thought are mistakes or try to do things different to set you up in the future, you got to be, happy about that.
That you do. You mentioned Matt Rule going first again at 11:30. He'll be the first one to take the podium. What kind of tone do you think he's going to set for the day? What does it mean that he's going first? What do you expect him to do up there at the podium in his 15 minutes?
I think he's going to, highlight his program. I mean, he's going to probably, look, you got to get up there and you can't be doom and gloom. I mean, last year's over, right? And you got to really highlight your program and highlight your players. I mean, I'm sure he's going to do that. He does a good job on that. I mean, I expect nothing else. And obviously you have the excitement for this upcoming season. And, maybe touch on what's different, but I think also just focus on what you've been doing, which is moving in the right direction. They've been working hard. And you don't have to go up there and say that we're going to be in the college football playoffs. And I think it's more just to show it. I think the quiet confidence and calculated confidence is probably what you're going to, hear. And that's what I would expect. I mean, from my perspective, it's like you get up there, you talk about the program, you talk about the things you're doing, you highlight some of the administration, what obviously Troy Dannon and what you guys have going on, and the fans and all that type of stuff. And then I'm sure they take some questions, but I think the first 10 minutes I'm focusing on Nebraska, what we've been doing, maybe a little bit what we learned last year, highlight my 3 players here, highlight some players that aren't here, and talk about the things that you see on a day in and day out basis.
You mentioned Nebraska leading off today, but it's still day 3. And we talked at the end of the day yesterday about Nebraska not being the lead story. And Nebraska not being the second story. Nebraska may be fighting for third place in terms of the pecking order.
You mean today?
For today, yes. Not just in the Big Ten, but in
sure,
terms of the 6 teams here on day 3. You mentioned that quiet confidence, and I think I can relate that to what you were talking about yesterday, too, with the college football playoff. Should Nebraska ever make it, they're there, but they're an underdog. It's an opportunity. I think this is the same thing. Not that you can be an underdog at media days, right? Everyone goes, everyone speaks, but you're not the headliner. You're a blue blood program, one of just a small handful in the conference. And you're not the story, and people are not all that concerned about you. Yeah, it's Nebraska, and so you'll get your fair share of questions, but kind of just because they have to, more so than they really want to. I think that it's fine for Nebraska for this year to be under the radar, to be day 3. Yeah. I'm not sure how long that can sustain for the program. Again, it's more about on the field, but in this attention economy, in this world where you want to get your message out front. Hard to do that on day 3 when you're overshadowed by 2 teams that don't have the history and the tradition that you do.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Indiana is a national champ, right? And Kirk Cignetti was able to come in and pop off and call his shot because there really, there was no, ramifications if it didn't work out at Indiana. Now it's worked out tenfold. They had no idea that it was going to be this great. And obviously his success at other stops is obviously the reason why, he's such a good coach, and you got to give him credit for that. And then Michigan's Michigan. I think it's a little bit turmoil driven. I think they got lucky here because they were able to get Kyle Whittingham, who kind of left a hometown team in Utah. And so, I think it's one of those things that is by chance. Nebraska's got a tremendous opportunity. I think that, and that's what I think Coach Rule is going to look at. Like, it's an opportunity to do some great things, do some things you need to, do some things that, that people don't expect you to do. Actually, I'd rather be in this spot. Right. I think last year they were at the forefront. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, one of the things I think is that if you look at it, all right, this is where we're at. We dug ourselves a hole. Maybe other people leveled up. It's time for us to go do our thing. I think you get 2 times the credibility with that. So I think if that's the approach and that's how they approach the games, it'll be just fine. And so I think it's a great opportunity, and that's what I expect them to do.
Got the Nebraska contingent walking in right now. And we will be joined first and foremost, it looks like, by Nebraska center Justin Evans. Jake gets him all set up over there.
What's up, bro? Man?
Here we go. What a way to start off day 3.
This is the man I wanted to see, man. I got. Well, before we get into football questions, my man, I'm not a big. I don't approach players on the personal business. Don't do much social media. But somehow I'm a big TikTok guy because that's all I like. Now I watch the funny videos and the cooking videos. But I saw you, man. How was your trip overseas, man?
Oh, man, that was probably one of my favorite trips I've ever been on. That was most memorable. And I actually have family up in Manchester.
Okay.
So I got to see my cousin out there, and it was it was just amazing. It was so different from the States.
Right.
I can't wait to go back.
I always say that I was able, when I was playing in Buffalo, one of my best friends worked over there, and that was one of the most like life-changing trips going over Europe. And so that's why I wanted to ask you. I was if I was going to see you, I was going to pull you aside and ask. It looked like you really enjoyed it, and that's always great to see. Obviously before the season, man. So that was pretty cool.
Nah, it was amazing.
Yeah. Now some football stuff, man. I mean, obviously, you came a long way, East Coast, right? Came to Nebraska, found your way, right, and worked your way, silent assassin, as I like to call you. How's your journey been? You come to Nebraska, find your way. I think you played defense in high school, right?
Yeah.
And then now you're in offense, and that's a transition.
Yeah.
And now look where you're at, senior leader, the dog of the offensive line. Talk about that process.
Yeah, the process. I mean, it started in high school. I always played D-line, and in high school I played left tackle.
Right. Right.
So it was a huge adjustment, and I think what helped me. I had a friend. He unfortunately passed away in 2020. But that was somebody who was very influential to me in high school. And he always told me, he was like, yeah, when you get to college, you're going to play center. And I would always laugh like, man, I want to be a 3-tech. I want to be the next Aaron Donald,
Right, yeah.
And when they told me, I was like, yeah, we're going to play the center. I was like, dang, like 2 years after he passed, when I came here and I was at center, I was like that. He always told me that I was going to play center. And from then on, I embraced it. I always attack. I will play anything. I could play. Even if it's a snap on field goal, if I'm getting out there, I would play anything. And I think I trusted, who's the former D-line coach here, Coach Dawson.
Yeah.
I trusted him, and he was like, I think that's the best fit for you. And I just trusted him, and I worked every day. I started at guard, which was easy for me to just pick up on, and just learning from the centers who played before me, just asking them questions every day to be prepared for when it was my time to go in and play center. And we of course there's ups and downs throughout my years here at Nebraska, but I've truly grown to love the position and appreciate it.
Do you think your time at guard helped you be a better center quicker?
Absolutely, because I learned that position first.
Right. So you know exactly when they mess it up too, right?
Oh yeah. When they mess it up, I know. I look and I say, "What are you doing?" Like, no, you need to do it that way. But I think it's so cool that guys still ask me questions about guard, or like, what do you think I should do here, or even the tackles. I'm not too. That's not that's not me, but I just think it prepared me to play center, of course.
And talk about like last year. Obviously, you had Emmett. It was a magical year. Obviously, I think we always talk about. I felt like you guys played better than you got credit for. Talk about Emmett and in his play, but how you guys played last year. You guys used to obliterate guys in the run game. I'm able to kind of have access to some film that people don't see. And talk about that attitude, man, because I call it you dump trunking guys. I don't know what you guys call it. You mean mugging guys, and you're getting a little old.
I probably can't say what we call it here.
Okay, yeah. We'll keep it at mean mugging. Talk about that mentality that you guys had last year, and how you're bringing it over to this year with this new cast of characters.
Yeah, for going back to Emmett, I think Emmett is probably one of the most energetic people.
Oh, I know, right?
Energetic. I mean, you were around, and he's one of the most energetic teammates I've ever had. And Emmett did a great job of pushing the O-line and wanting the best for us.
Right.
Like Emmett was never, I want these yards, or I want this, because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? We block for him, but he runs for us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, he always reiterated that, and how important it was that he showed us love every day in practice, in the game. Like, no matter what was going on in the game, or if the game didn't go our way, Emmett did a great job of keeping us up, and we held him down for that. And I always appreciate him for that, for sure. And I think carrying over I think we just bring that over because we do have a lot of new additions to the offense. Right. And I think, guys like me who've been here before can carry that energy over from him. Although people may say, oh, he's not really an energetic guy, but when I speak, it holds weight. And I think guys appreciate that. And just being around him and being around a pro and seeing how pros do it, I think Emmett is the epitome of that.
Yeah, it kind of set the tone for you guys, especially up front.
Yeah.
Speaking of up front and integrating new pieces, Justin, what's it been like bringing in the transfers on the offensive line, getting to know those guys, and even with the new coach, Steve Wade?
Yeah, it's been a great, we have great additions on the team and in the offensive line. It's been nothing but family and welcoming arms. We welcome them with open arms, and they've adjusted to the team amazingly.
Justin, I wanted to ask you, obviously, you played well all last year, played great last year. Then obviously you got a little bit of national news. You're getting the lookout blocks there on the screen. Talk about that process being, 300 pounds, 290, being able to get out there and have the quickness to really hit a little DB, because they generally try to dip out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
But you had really good precision when you're hitting them.
I think playing D-line did kind of help,
Okay.
like just being agile and being athletic. I think that did kind of help and just help my footwork, leading up
Right.
to, although I haven't played it in a while, but I
Just
think
ingrained in you, right.
And wrestling helped as
Yeah.
well, just understanding my body and what works best for me on the field.
Right. And then as we move on to 2026, obviously you're a big part of that holistically as a team and team leader. And obviously you've been here, been through some battles, seen some obviously uptick. Talk about the difference from, I feel it like you guys approach this offseason different than last year. You speak for it. You're there every day. You're grinding. Talk about the difference, some of the things that you've seen, and not only the new guys, but just the guys that have been here, and their approach seems a little bit different.
I think guys on the team are just excited to work. We had an early spring.
Right.
So when we got back, it was straight to it.
Right.
It was straight to football. And I think guys appreciated that, because we all like lifting and we appreciate, the conditioning. But at the end of the day, guys want to get on the field.
Right.
And we want to compete. And we do a great job of competing.
Right.
Like, we compete with each other in every single thing. It don't matter what it is. Like in the training table, guys are competing or talking mess to each other, but it motivates each other. And I think going into this season, guys are way more intentional, and we're mission driven.
Right. Oh yeah, I like to hear that. One more question. Obviously everybody focuses on the quarterback on offense, and then obviously Dylan's gone, but Calandra is in. A little bit different guy though, and talk about the process of you, because you have to be like it's a relationship between you two, right? Literally. What's it like with him? He's an established player, older player, came in a little bit more mature. Talk about his transition into Nebraska and how you guys have been working together.
Yeah. Well, like any relationship, it takes time and it takes effort to
Right.
build, and especially with that center quarterback rapport, it has to be tight, because if it's not, then it can just throw the whole vibe of the offense off. But
Right.
he has came in energetic, like he kind of does remind me of Emmett, just that high caliber guy and the guy that's ready to work and excited, and he pushes everybody to be great. He always making sure guys get extra work in, and I think he's going to be a great addition to the team.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you one more. Your goals, right? You're starting to get some love. Talk about maybe who you look up to at the next level that you kind of take some tidbits to add to your game. I have my own ideas, but I want to hear from you.
I mean, of course, Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
Cam Jurgens, Aaron Brewer. I don't know if I'm saying his last name right. Aaron Brewer. I don't know if I said his last name right, but those are guys that I look up to, and guys who I watch, just to learn from them, and even my peers. Like the guys that the guys that we may be going against, I can learn a lot from them as well, and what works for them, and how they may go about blocks. And I think I can learn. I'm always eager to learn, no matter who it is.
One guy could give you a little tidbit to go Google, because he's older. I'm older than you. Is go watch some tape of Damani Dawson. I played against him. He was the first center that was able to snap and pull guys. But his footwork, I think you could, obviously it'd be great, because the more you kind of see it, the more it kind of comes in your mind. But you got a great future, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Leadership is a paramount. You're right there. I'm gonna nickname you E.F. Hutton. It used to say, when he speaks, people listen. So that there it is, man. You got a good presence, a big, powerful presence. Keep it up, man.
Thank you.
And look forward to you knocking some more guys out and dump trucking guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, man.
Thanks for
Appreciate it.
having me.
Justin Evans, man, the potential all Big 12 or all Big 10 center, the silent assassin comes in. I like that. I like his approach, man. And so we're going to take a quick break, come back. Appreciate you stopping over. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman, and Justin Evans. We'll be right back.
Sure.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com. Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since 48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
All right, welcome back in. It's Day 3, Big Ten Media Days, Nebraska Day, as far as we're concerned, here at the Hilton Chicago. Big thanks to Justin Evans for stopping by and joining us there at the end of the first segment. We'll have Luke Lindenmeyer join us here coming up momentarily. Jay, a pretty new look offensive line for Nebraska, at least as we projected out with Justin Evans, but the growth that he's made from coming in, there's a pretty small guy, the Aaron Donald technique and, comparison I think was apt for him to switch sides of the ball, to go play offense, to succeed at guard next to a guy like Ben Scott when he was here for a couple of years, then to take over that mantle. Been an impressive journey for that young man.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a wrestler. We're wrestling in high school, so, I always tell the toughest offensive lineman I used to go against as far as being able to – the most competitive guys are former wrestlers. Now, if he was a defensive tackle, his friend that unfortunately passed away said, you're going to be playing center. Dawson had kind of pointed him towards center. And, he came in, he just, dove in and he played guard. He wants to play. I think the best statement he had, he's like, I just want to be on the field. You need more guys that love football. He loves football. obviously he has a demeanor for it. He's a quiet competitor, very, very aggressive player, physical player. So you like that. And then now he's, made himself into, more than a viable center. I mean, he's a dog at center. His athletic ability, and you see some of the stuff that you heard about him in the offseason is obviously his just due. And then more importantly, it's his, his leadership as well. And now you got Pritchett, which, he can help lead him. You bring in 3 new guys. The offensive line is going to look different. But, look, they have a standard as far as running the ball. They got to keep up from last year. And so a running back needs to obviously make them look as good as possible. But the guys that they've added, the way they've been able to gel, I think is worked out pretty well.
Was that your attitude when you switched from running back to defense, was just I want to be on the field, or what was the process like for you in that transition?
I think one of the biggest things, you got to trust the coaches and that they're doing it for the betterment for you. And they did it early with him. And so, for me, I knew kind of defense based on played offense, but so that made it a little bit easier. But I knew what they had at running back, and I knew probably the chances of getting on the field at any point was probably slim and none. You got a guy right here that he played running back, and he probably would have kept me on the sideline. So me going to defense, it was probably a no-brainer. It was a new opportunity because I hadn't played defense much in high school, so I was kind of like I was a blank canvas. And so, I think it's really good, and I think Coach Rule has done a good job in the past of finding guys, even when he was at Temple, moving them to defense, finding guys that develop them. So it's kind of that approach you have to have right now is you got to take a guy and put him in a position to be successful.
Another guy we can talk about with that is Jeremiah Jones, but we'll do that here in just a little bit because we are joined now by Nebraska football tight end Luke Lindenmeyer as he takes a sip of water. Doing the whole media tour here this morning. Yeah. Luke Lindenmeyer, Nebraska tight end. Welcome to Big Ten Media Days. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Great. Better now. We've got another Nebraska player with us. What's the last couple of days been like getting out here to Chicago?
We got here yesterday, and then we went to an amazing steakhouse last night. It was fire. Some of the best steak I ever had.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's known for their food. And, we did the steakhouse, I think, the first night. I'm not sure if you'll be able to grab some deep dish pizza before you leave. You need to do that. Maybe they can stop by on the way to the airport. That's what Chicago's a great city. So it's a great opportunity for you to come to Big Ten Media Days. I feel like, from my perspective, who they bring represents the team in the state. Obviously it's a big university. Luke, I want to ask you, though, being a local kid from Papillion, right, and coming in, making your way, I've seen your growth, from, when you came in Rule's first year, then I felt like you had a great year last year. Talk about that process for you coming from Papillion, obviously some transition, but then you making your way and continue along the process of being successful on and off the field, but we're going to talk about on the field right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I came in, I knew being a walk-on would be hard to get on the field. And I honestly had no vision of being at media day. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Extremely blessed. But I remember seeing Travis Vokalek go to media day, and I was like, dang, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And I was blessed to have a mentor, Yano Jones, who passed away 2 years ago. He would call me every day, just telling me to do whatever I can, get in the playbook, stay in the playbook, be ready, never know when your time comes. And, came time where I knew the playbook better than anyone else. I did so much footwork, so much individual drills where it was starting to show up during practice. The coaches were starting to see it. And then I just felt like I was in high school again. Like when I first got there, I was like, wow, these guys are insane. Like no way I compete with them. But then eventually got to a point where I was like on a level playing field, and then my effort started to show up, and then coaches started to trust me, and it's been amazing ever since.
Yeah, we talked about it, how remember the Colorado game, you were kind of like the move tight end and stuff like that. And then you started to really, really make your way. What was it like when you had, I call it the aha moment. Like, you go from playing or thinking that you can play to knowing like, all right, I'm a dude, what's that? What did that feel like for you?
I think when Coach Holgerson got here in 2024 in the middle of the season, when he started watching me play, and I remember this offensive meeting, he had no idea what my name was. The first week he was there.
Hit you with 44.
Yes. But we had an offensive meeting. He brought everybody up, and he was like, if everybody just played like 44,
right,
like we'd be a good offense. And I was like, dang, okay, this guy believes in me. And then I kind of, that confidence boost right there, I just needed someone to believe in me. And then kind of just took it off from there.
Yeah.
And then I got a catch, I think, versus USC, which is like my first real catch versus a real team. And then I was like, okay, wow, I could do this tight end thing, not just blocking, but both.
Yeah. I mean, that's a biggie. I mean, I think it's great when, Emmett the same way, where he kind of had guys that actually were good and then kind of needed an opportunity, a new set of eyes. I think that's even what Dana Holgorsen has said. I got some eyes on some guys, and obviously you're one of them. Now let's talk about last year. I felt like you were the emergency outlet for Dylan, had a really good year. And then talk about that, where you went from, okay, I could make a catch in a game, he believes in me, but then the production came with it. Talk about how that affected you as well.
Yeah, I had a great relationship with Dylan. This in practice, like, he could just feel where I'm at sometimes, and I could just feel where the open space was. And just being able to do that in a game too. A lot of scramble. I think my biggest plays were on scramble drills.
Yeah.
And just that extra effort, that last effort to get open and to make a play. And he trusts me with it. And me and Anthony have been building that same connection this offseason too.
Yeah, how's that transition with Calandria coming in? A little bit older guy. I mean, obviously been successful at other places, coming in, and he's very, very energetic. And talk about your process of building that rapport with him. Because every time, I always say this, and Austin will back me up, the best offenses always have tight end threats, because that's what I was always worried about. And I feel like that's how you become explosive. Talk about that process with Anthony.
Yeah, at first he didn't really understand like my kind of route style. I like throttle in the open space a little bit. But after the spring and then this summer, we had a lot of OTAs together and just throwing and catching after lifts. We've been talking, he understands where to throw it. I know where to be at certain coverages. And now he trusts me a lot more. And I'm excited for fall camp just to get that same, just find the open space and he'll find me type of relationship.
And so now you're obviously one of the better players. You're a leader. You're obviously here. Talk about your leadership style and what you've seen and what you wanted to get accomplished in the offseason to have a great 2026.
I wasn't as vocal as I wanted to be last year, so that's what I've been working on this summer. But as for tight ends, I'm big, just show them how it's done and follow me and ask me questions if you need any, because I don't really like slowing up for anybody, because I'm trying to get better too. And if they can't catch up, then maybe slow back, help them up. But if we're in the middle of the season, like, I need them to realize, like, I need you. Like, you're going to play this year, whether you like it or not. I don't care that you have 2 years left. Like, I need you to play for it. Like, I need you to produce this year. Like, you're going to be in the game. There's no more, I'll just get it next year. Like, this is my last year. I'm going to be selfish, and I need you to step up too. So just instilling urgency into the younger guys.
Yeah, it's always out there a good selfishness, and the peer pressure is good. The good peer pressure where you want them to succeed. And sometimes I think for younger players, and you had to go through it as well, sometimes you got to put them in the pressure pot, see how they react, bring them out, put them back in, and then eventually they kind of, move forward. One more question before we get out of here. Overall, I think, like I said, the whole aura on the team is different. I think it's in a good way. What have you seen? Just a couple things. You don't have to dive in too much detail. What have you seen from this team, from some of the younger players being able to level up, newer players ingraining themselves into your guys' way that gives you a positive outlook on the season?
Yeah, we got guys who love to work that transferred in, and a lot of the freshmen have like a confidence that I've never seen freshmen have before, and everybody wants to play. So the competition is everywhere in every position group. And no matter what we do, we always attack the work. That's something that we're a really gritty team. And now this fall camp, we just need to be able to turn that grittiness into execution, and then execute our football plays and execute for defense. And we'll be a very dangerous team.
I know you've been through a lot, man. I know when you get to your senior year, you don't look forward to two-a-days, but you're looking forward to two-a-days. You don't really get two-a-days, but I don't know if I always say this. I don't know if people ever realize being out there with like 12 pounds of like equipment on 100 degrees, nobody would ever look forward to it.
No.
Man. Yeah. But you also understand it's a
need
necessary process.
Yeah, we need it.
Yeah. Appreciate you stopping by, man. I know you have a great year, great leadership. Luke Lindemeyer, Jay Foreman, Austin Norman.
We'll keep it right here, Luke. We'll let you go to your next one. But Jay and I will keep it right here for just a sec. So actually, just kidding. I'm getting a break, so we'll get out of here. We'll be back with more.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service, bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're back again. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman. To my left is Andrew Marshall, starting corner for Nebraska. Want to give a shout out to Keith Mann and those guys and Seamus. Making sure we were able to get first dibs on all the players. Welcome in, Andrew.
Thank you for having me.
How's Chicago treating you, man?
It's been good. You know, last night we got to go to this expensive restaurant. I can't name it. That's how expensive it was. But, you know, I got to try a lot of different pieces of steak. You know, we tried some squid, some octopus, some clams. So it's been a great experience just trying to immerse myself in it.
I always like to ask guys, I mean, obviously I remember when you transferred in, obviously really good at corner, had return ability. What's your, transition to Nebraska been, from start to finish, and now you're here at Big Ten Media Day?
I think just growth. I feel like that's been the biggest thing on my mind, just consistently growing and not getting comfortable.
Right.
I think that's been the biggest thing for me, just always striving for more, wanting for more, like knowing that there's something, I'm something that always could get better.
Yeah.
I think that's been the biggest thing for me.
And when you came from, obviously, transferred in, how big a jump was it to go to the Big Ten? I mean, it felt like it was just easy. In my eyes, it was pretty easy because you handle your business like an old vet and a pro. I want to hear from you.
I think just for me, I feel like just ever since just the way I handle myself, the way I go about my craft, I feel like that has allowed me to transition well. Also, I just want to throw credit to the University of Idaho, just the coaching staff there. I feel like they did a great job of, preparing their players to just compete on any level.
Right.
So, I feel like you've seen that in the way we competed when I was at Idaho. I think that allowed for me to naturally and come over here and smoothly transition to Nebraska.
You mentioned Idaho, and obviously you have a history with Coach Orich, and he's obviously now the new defensive coordinator. Talk about him as a coordinator, obviously as a person. I know you guys have a great relationship. Talk about what he's going to bring to the defense and obviously the University of Nebraska.
Coach Orich, like that's a football fanatic right there.
Right.
So I'll be late watching film. I'll walk by his office and he'll be sitting back, hat over his eyes, and he's just watching film. So that just tells you the type of guy he is. All the players, they love him. He lights a fire under us. So, we put our full confidence behind him. He likes to put his players in position to make plays. And I think, as a defense, we love that. Everybody who doesn't want to make a play. So, we put our full confidence in him. We know what he brings to the defense. We know, the different schemes and personnel that he likes to run, which is credit to us. Like you have to have the players in order to do the certain things. So I feel like he's meshed well with the team.
Right.
We love him.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it seems like the scheme fits you guys. Obviously, the few times I've been down there, the connection seemed to be instant. So that's good. I think the connection from player to coach has to be there, because a lot of times you got to go out there and run blindly through a wall for them. So that's great for everybody to look forward to this year. I wanted to ask you about your role in the defensive back room, right? You had Sierra last year, who was I felt like he was a great competitor. Yeah. You guys were I liked your combination of each other. Now he's gone. How has your role changed within that room? Because now you leveled up. Now you're the leader of the room. How's it changed for you?
Yeah, like you said, just now, I had Sierra to rely on. And you also I kind of just took a seat back and just like looked at how he led the group. And so I think just taking the coaching points from, I asked him about certain things, and I just try and apply myself as he did, because I feel like he did a great job. He was able to bring our defensive group together, which ultimately made us all better. So for me this year, it's just been, again, just trying to take control of the room, just trying to nitpick at my group, because I want us to be the best. I want us to be, like, in my opinion, the DB group, my DB group, we are the best players on the field at all times. So I feel like, you see that in the way we practice, in the way, what are we doing in our free time? We're watching film and we're doing, things to get better. We might be in the film room, not even working on footwork, but more so just watching film. We might be on the field doing just little things to get better at. Right. And I feel like also credit to the safeties. We get together and we watch film together, because, we're all going to be on the field together. So I feel like the back end has definitely been, it's been great. I feel like the big thing is me being a leader and other guys in the safety room being leader, but also players being leaders of themselves, which I feel like we've done a great job of that.
Andrew, who are some of the guys in the cornerback room that have impressed you with their work through the spring and the summer?
All the guys, I feel like, I really couldn't select out one, because I feel like we've done a great job of bringing along everybody. Definitely, I think you see, we've gotten transfers coming in. They did a great job of coming in and transferring. Just getting it rolling. We got some freshmen coming in that got it rolling, and even the returning guys have came in, and so it's been a great. Like, we took a big leap during the summer. As a DB, what's it like going against a mobile guy like Anthony, who can get out of the pocket and make plays out of structure? I think it's great. I think that's a necessity. I feel like, you need to see looks like that, mobile quarterback, because, not every week you're going to play a pocket passer. You're going to see a guy who likes to move around. I feel like us being able to see that every day, every week, we get to go against that. We get to, play extensions, QB rollout, scramble drill. You get to see that every practice, which I feel like is important and allows for us to, adjust better and be on the fly. We get to see different looks that we usually wouldn't see. So it's been great, and also he has like that competitive nature that a lot of quarterbacks or might not have. So it's been great. He jaws at us, we jaw at him. So it's been great at practice.
I wanted to ask you about your relationship with Addison Williams. I think it's grown, and I think it's easy because he's a quiet competitor. I think you're a very professional, quiet competitor. I go back to the USC game where I felt like that's where, correct me if I'm wrong, right? I felt like that's where you rose up to the challenge. Talk about your relationship with Addison Williams. He came in since day one, had total control of the room, respects you guys, you respect them, but you guys seem to just instantly compete for him because he competes with you. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just credit to the type of guy he is. I love Coach Addy. He's gonna stand behind us, right or wrong, as long as whatever we're doing it with full speed, full effort. He's gonna stand behind us, and I feel like why wouldn't I want to play hard for a guy like that? Ever since day one when I first came in, because we came in at the same time.
Right,
yeah. He told me like man, like, you're one of my guys. Like, I want you to be one of my guys, and so just from that point on, I go in and I watch film with him, on a daily basis, just trying to, we go over my film, we go over opponent's film, and that's just, a way we connect. And so it's been great for us. So it's been great for him. We put our full confidence and trust into him.
Andrew, I always ask, I'm going to ask you two more questions, but I think from my perspective, I was talking to Justin, I feel like the vibe of the team is more professional. Like, it's just different, but it's in a good different, right? Where you guys are more like handling your business. You guys understand what's in front of you, looking forward to the opportunity versus like running away from it. Is that your assessment? And what led to that change? I know you guys are really, really entrenched in leading the team in a better way, but I want to hear your perspective.
I think the biggest thing for us has been initiative. I feel like, a lot of people, they may say certain things. They want it to look like this. They want players to be like this. They want the team to look like this. But what are you doing to put those action or those words into actions? And I feel like that has been the turning point for us.
Right.
We've actually like started to initiate and less words and more actions behind doing practicing with an intent. And I feel like that's been the biggest transition period for us, or it's been the biggest growth spurt for us. Again, like you said, I feel like our team has matured positively. You can see it the way we handle our business, the way we just go about practicing, nutrition, recovery, just all things of that nature, and definitely a big improvement.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. And I always say real quick, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you looking forward to the 2 days? But my senior year, hey, I wanted to fast forward that bad boy, but I know the works are going to be done, man, and I know you'll do well. But appreciate you coming on, man. I'll see you in a few weeks. Andrew Marshall, he's one of the guys, and him with Justin Evans are going to lead this team back to success. The leadership, quiet competitor, great corner, and more better, great dude, man. Appreciate you coming on. We're going to take a quick break. Austin Orman, Jay Foreman, Andrew Marshall. We'll be right back.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
A career providing care that matters, great wages, and state benefits. A team devoted to serving Nebraska's veterans and their families. That's what you'll find at the Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs. With openings in nursing, food service, administration, and more, our veterans homes in Bellevue, Kearney, Norfolk, and Scotts Bluff have a role for you. Find your new career at veterans.nebraska.gov/employment. Sponsored by the Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. Paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, 8934 HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in. Hour 2, day 3 here from Big Ten Football Media Days. A big thanks to the Nebraska staff for bringing us the Nebraska players. Sat down with Justin Evans, Luke Lindenmeyer, and Andrew Marshall there in the first hour of the show. We'll be posting clips from that throughout the day. All that good stuff, wherever it is you follow, take it on social media or your podcast platforms. Thanks as well to our sponsors for getting us out here, including Sandhills Global, growing right here in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, DP with you here in this 10 o'clock hour. And, gents, I was struck by this thought as we were listening to all three of those players. You go through the list of who we sat down with. Justin Evans, undersized coming into college, position switch. Luke Lindenmeyer talked about his journey from a walk-on to a starter and a scholarship guy. And then Andrew Marshall, an FCS transfer. If the players that are brought to media days to represent the program say something about the program, that screams get it out the dirt mentality to me. You know, a scrap, claw, grind for everything they're going to earn. I think those three players, you know, maybe more than anyone on the roster, you know, embody that as upperclassmen, as leaders, given the journeys they've been on in college football.
Yeah, I think it's a good representation. I mean, Justin Evans is obviously, you know, he's a Daniel Cormier lookalike and has the same mentality as Daniel Cormier. And he's made himself into a heck of a player and a great leader, a great dude. And I think, you know, besides getting it out of the mud, I think, you know, they're all three good people. And that's what you have to have good people leading. You have to have good people that want to be led. And, you know, I think the one thing you got to give credit, you know, Coach Rule, for the most part, you know, didn't matter. You know, when he came in, he would play anybody. I mean, I talk about Mekhi Bear and obviously Andrew Marshall. He fit the script and wanted to make a jump to the next level. Obviously, with the transition, I felt was pretty easy for him and Justin Evans making the switch, learning, and then obviously being able to excel afterwards. And Luke Lindenmeyer walked on, and a local kid. And so if you work hard enough and you continue to progress and perform, it will play you. But, you know, you need that mentality if you're going to go out there and try to exceed everybody's expectations. You got to have an internal, you know, grit, fight, and obviously discipline in order to do that.
Yeah, you don't fight through if you don't grow through.
Right.
And it hasn't been easy for any of the representatives. The grind matters.
Yeah.
And how you activate it and what you decide to take from it. Talk to them away from the microphone, which for me is way more important in this space, because that's the kind of access you want to have, is just look them in the eye and see what they tell you. Here's the part. They care about each other. They care about each other. I'm not sure that they're aware of the things around them, but they're here for each other.
Yeah.
They know, you know what? And it's kind of, you know, those dogs that sometimes get thrown away and the dogs that don't get chosen.
Yeah.
And they bond and emotionally, and there's strength in the bonding. That's what's happening. That's what it felt like, is they're connected, they're bonded, they're going to fight. They're absolutely going to fight. We know it's deep water here at the Big Ten Conference.
Yeah.
But they're going to fight.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's, you know, one of the things you got to have that in order to get to where you want to get. And then, you know, obviously in regimes past, they, you know, it's questionable whether they had that. So, you know, where they're at, I think the team is different. I think their approach is different. Now, it might have been forced or circumstances. Either way, they've had to attack this offseason a lot differently. You know, hopefully the extra time together will lead to more success on the field throughout the whole season. It's a big year for them. I take the view of, instead of looking at how hard the schedule is, I'm like, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to be in the forefront. That means you're playing great teams, good to great teams, probably going to be televised, both individually and collectively, you play well, it will work out for you tenfold. Instead of running away from the fight, run to the fight. That's what they've tried to embody. In order to go from a walk-on to a starting tight end, Andrew Marshall from Idaho to here, and then obviously making a position switch from a total position that you've never played in from high school to college. You got to have that. Now they got to make sure that multiplies throughout the whole team and multiply this offseason, and then they can go from there.
Well, it's the thing that you've said before. If you know what you're doing, you don't have time to worry about what everybody else is doing.
Right.
If you're working on your craft, if you're trying to get bigger, faster, stronger, more knowledgeable about the scheme, options, opportunities, as you said, the opportunity. Right. If you focus on the opportunity and then what that opportunity requires, which is the next question, everybody can identify the opportunities coming. It's what's required from this opportunity that is a difference maker. And we don't know until we see them September 5. But this, I hate to use the statement that they're likable guys.
Right.
You want to root for them.
Right. Oh, yeah. You want them to do well.
They know what's coming.
Yeah.
They have 30 days to sharpen, and then we'll see it on September 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, every game has got to be, like I said, it's got to be a book that's written for 2026, 12 individual chapters that you want them to flow in a positive manner. And then obviously you want to have extra chapters, after that. Obviously, ideally Big Ten championship and so forth and so on. Every chapter has to have like the foundation that's going to lead to a good next chapter. And that is discipline, efficiency, obviously low turnovers, being able to run the ball, stop the run, tackling well, all that type of stuff. So what you're talking about, the 30 days, right? August 5th to September 5th, it seems like 30 days, but with this new schedule and with the NCAA where you don't really have 2 days and you do get a true day off or two, it's not a lot of days. So you got to get right to work. That means you cannot take any step back. You can't afford when you're in this position to think, okay, we know we're probably more talented than Ohio, so we can't have a so-so practice lead to a bad practice. Then you have a day off, and then you find that you're playing catch-up. There is no catch-up time for a team like this. But if you want to, seize the opportunity, it's a great time to really push the people to the max. It's going to be tough. It should be tough. It's football. It's going to be tough. You're going to get beat in beat up in practice, and you're going to beat people up in practice. But you got to keep showing up, but not and also competing every day against the unknown.
Austin, it's the thing that as we prepare for shows and then we prepare for hours and then segments in the show, right, that we have to break down the first thing, what's the question, what's the thing I need to work on, what's the thing I need to be prepared for. And from a coaching side, it really is a master's class. If I can get you to put your hand in the turf and take the first step right.
Right.
And if I can get you to do that once and then I can get you to do it all the time, then I can teach you, okay, now get your eyes in the right place. Now, okay, get my hand in the dirt, get my footwork right, I get my eyes right, I get my core right, get my back flat, I get my hands ready to explode. Austin, that's what this is. Mm-hmm. And you know that opening day is coming. You're not prepping for September 5 pregame. You're prepping for today. Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing.
Well, they're building blocks.
Right. Like it's so necessary to understand. We can get caught up in the pageantry of Big Ten Conference media days. We can get caught up by the peacocking of uniforms and outfits and suits and shoes and all those things. But for this particular football team, figure out who you are. It don't matter who lines up against you.
Yeah.
Whether it's Ohio, North Dakota,
Bowling
Ohio
Green,
State.
Yeah.
Whenever you put your hand in the turf, from now until September 5, has to be, I need to be the best me I can be. And the best me is going to be able to compete against Ohio State and Indiana.
And the best me is going to take a lot from these three guys that are here at Media Days. And that's where we talk about de-starring and getting over yourself, right? Operate individually, think collectively, like you say all the time, Jay. 3 great examples of guys that had to get it out the dirt, right? And so whether you're a 5-star or a walk-on, whatever it is, everyone in between, you have leadership here that shows you what it takes just to get to this level. and then to stick at this level,
Yeah.
and then to start playing at a higher and higher, start
Yeah.
at this level, and then play at a higher and higher level from time to time. And so, I'm having not been in the locker room, I don't know, but I wonder if that's the next step for Nebraska. Is more players getting over themselves and adopting that kind of attitude that you
Yeah.
see from the three guys we got to talk to.
If you asked any of those three and the coaches 3 years ago, do you see yourself at Big Ten Media Day representing the program as the starter, the leader, the captain, et cetera, et cetera?
They'll probably say no. But I mean, even Luke
It'd be
Lindemeyer
fun, I
said
hope
it.
so.
Luke Lindemeyer said it. I mean, he said he saw Baby Gronk come here Vocalic, and he was like, "Dang, I don't know if I can get there." But then obviously you keep working, and next thing you know, you get an opportunity. And it started when Dana Holgerson came in. He's like, "All right, I like how this guy can play," and obviously became a big part of the plan last year. As far as being able to be productive as a tight end. I mean, I think one of the biggest things is that as you prepare for a season, and obviously the first game is obviously the most important game. But realistically, at this point, you don't think about the first game. What you think about is winning tomorrow, winning the next play, winning the next series, winning all that type of stuff. The reason why that's important is because as you're trying to build a foundation, that's the most important thing, because actually you're blindly going about this, and then you're thinking like, oh, I got a game on Saturday. Then you're in the game week. You know what I'm saying?
You better figure out how to practice, how to work out, how to film study, how to eat, how to recover, how to do all those things. Listen, there's some Vikings just walked in the room. Like, that is like, here's my thing. If I have to fight that dude, I know all the things that I better get right.
Yeah.
Look, I can't get as big as him or as strong, but there's some things I can do.
Yeah.
That's what this football team has to figure out. That, listen, you're going to face, if you're Marshall, and you're going to face the 1As who will be at the top of the NFL draft board a year from now. They'll be on every All-America team.
You got Jeremiah Smith, Evan Stewart, Charlie Becker, KJ Duff.
And it's
just to name a
never
few.
about them. It's always about
Always
Andrew
about-
Marshall.
yeah, always
It's
about you.
always about, listen, bro. I need to know, one, I got to be as strong as I can be, as fast as I can be, with as much endurance as I can be. Everything else that happens, one, you trust your teammates, right? Because he doesn't have to cover the whole 100. He also knows he's going to be put in the right position. He has to trust coaches to scheme right, teammates to know that teammates are going to work as hard as he does.
Right.
Because no matter how hard he works, he needs them other 10 dudes.
Everybody's got to do
their
it
job.
together, and
Yep.
and that's where I think players, at all levels, but particularly like at college, I think I wish they had more imagination, right? And so, what an imagination isn't like, aliens or something like that. The imagination has to be who you are going against that day. You have to have a like, okay, you can't get caught up in just being good here. You got to be thinking, I'm preparing for who I'm playing at Indiana. What's his body type? So as I'm in practice, I'm imagining going against Decker. We know he can go up, take you up the house. We know that he likes the back shoulder fade. They're going to him in big moments. So I have to have the imagination as if I'm in a third down period, that's who I'm going against. Jeremiah Smith, you're going against him. He's going to be one of the best players in the nation, if not the best. So you have to always prepare and think. You have to, like the DP said, you got to recover like that. You got to watch film like that. You can't miss a workout because he's not missing a workout. And you have to imagine, maybe you think that, okay, he has an advantage. So I have to lessen that advantage. And you have to do it during two-a-days, because I always said this, if I'm going against, our offense, I have to prepare and break them down because that's my opponent. Reason why that's important, those habits in that time management, in that investment, in that intention every day is how you would do it during the season. You just don't start like breaking down, the Ohio receiver, Bowling Green receiver, North Dakota, in Michigan State guys that week. Bro, I already got my playbook ready for you before that week, and then I'm just making sure I can add some stuff to it. So it's kind of just rinse and repeat. That's how you get ahead.
If I know I have to run 5 miles, I better run 6. I better be prepared for 6. If I know I got to beat Ohio, I need to prepare for Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to beat Michigan, I certainly better be able to beat Michigan State.
Yeah.
All those things start to happen over time, and they happen over 30 days. It happens over 20 practices. It happens over 20 nights where, quite frankly, hey, man, some people can turn it off when they're done. No,
That's
No,
over.
no.
The switch is never. First of all,
On.
if you play football from here on out, like it should never switch during the season. Now there's times you get away, but even when you're on vacation, you're still thinking about it. You should never not think about football. This is what you do. And more importantly, during the season, there is no switch. There is no fun time. There is no break. That's the way it goes. And not only that goes for you, it goes for like your family and your friends. And, if you have a, girlfriend or whatever, or, that goes for them. We are in this. I am out there handling business because the football is the hardest sport to play. You practice and train all year. You do it 95% of the time, and then you get to play 12 games guaranteed. That's it. So essentially, if you broke it down,
your team has 12 games. You don't know what's going to happen every time you step on the field.
Right.
Every snap might be your last, which is sobering thought. But I would hope that would be another motivator.
Yeah, motivator. Yeah. But at the end of the day, there's only 12 games that Nebraska is going to play that's guaranteed. So essentially, it's once a month. You play basketball, you get 30-some games. You baseball, you play a ton of games. Every track meets. There's more track meets, more ready. So my point is, the investment in football it separates guys who's invested and not. Because if you're invested in football, it would never even cross your mind about a switch.
There's no on-off switch. There's an on and more on switch.
It's just who you are. That's the thing. That is that hook, dude. If you want to be good or you want to be average to good, good to great, great to exceptional, there is no off switch. I always ask guys, well, if you see Randy Moss and all these guys and LeBron James and Steph Curry, and they work the hardest, why would you even think about not working as hard as them? Because they're probably more blessed than everybody walking the face of the earth, and they're working at it. Michael Jordan as well, and obviously Aaron Donald, all these guys. So, I think for Nebraska's team, they got to just have a process that they're hyper focused on August 5th, whenever the practice, that's their hyper focus. But once practice is over, it's constantly reset, a hyper focus on the post-practice meeting and recovery and all that stuff, the meals and all that type of stuff. Once you do all that stuff and it becomes a habit, you'll see the payoff, not right away, but then 2 or 3 weeks later. Then you'll see the difference when you get in a game and it's tight and you guys really aren't really having anxiety and you're just continue to punch. Then you're like, okay, I see it now.
That was going to be my next question for you guys as a player and as a coach. When does that Sunday through Friday grit, toughness, hard work show up on Saturdays? How do you know that the Sunday through Friday was worth it?
That's just how you are. If you're a physical team, that's just what you do. That's just who you are.
It's every carry, if you're a running back, it's every carry, every pickup, every route run, every repetition, every single repetition. I have to be on and I have to win. I have to win every rep because I don't care who I'm playing against. It's not about them. It's not about them. And the toughness is, when I line my left toe up on the line of scrimmage, am I ready? That's toughness. The mental toughness. When I'm tired, I'm still ready. When I'm fatigued, when I'm hurt, I'm still ready. When, you know what? Oh, I'm hoping he doesn't take away my inside leverage, and he takes it away. The conversation I have with myself is the greatest advantage I can give myself. Right? It's, Jay Foreman staring me down, bro. This is going to be a problem. Nope. All right, Jay, let's dance. Different that mentality. That's the toughness. We think it's physical.
Yeah, it's more mental. I mean, the mental toughness, it leads to physical toughness. I mean, everybody's like going to be big and strong and all that stuff, and everybody, is going to want to hit. Now, the mental toughness is going to allow you to hit the right way for longer periods of time. When we put pads on, it's going to allow me to play at a rate of speed over a practice and obviously a game that you can't match. And then everybody else that, what we do, they can't match. That's more of a mental. There is no plays off. There is no, every play is important. Every day, after every play, you should evaluate, did I do my best? Was my pad level good? Were my hands as violent? Did I get off the block? Did I finish? Every single play, you should be taking data points into how you performed. And if you're invested like that, that's just who you are. And then the physicality, sure, you got to learn how to hit and all that other stuff. But that should just be natural. Like you're playing a collision sport. You're running into people. There is no fair dodging.
Well, that play-to-play thing might be, some of what's been missing for Nebraska as well, because we talk so much about close losses. Nebraska's in these games, can't get over the hump. Oh, it's the end of games. It's the fourth quarter. And clearly that stuff, adds up. But what if you make another play in the second quarter that
Yeah.
opens something up later?
It's
What
the
if you
cause
make
and effect.
another play in the third quarter that opens something up?
But
Yeah,
they're
it's about
never
it.
asked. They're never asked to make a play they haven't practiced, like in high repetition.
Yeah.
Like I guarantee you, Jay can go through most games in his career, and it's rare that he was asked to do a thing that he hadn't practiced. And if he hadn't practiced it, then he would go over the sideline and go, okay, there's a new thing that happened.
Yeah.
But that's few and far between. The games are won in the moments where you're just supposed to do the things that you practice all the time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, if you're supposed to be deep to short and cover 3, and you got to understand the down and distance and where they are as far as the section in the field and how you play your cover 3, you know, if you're playing deep to short or you take it away, I mean, that's got to be a collective effort, because the communication from me to the safety, if I'm jumping a route, you got to jump yours as well. It can't be me going off and do it individually. But also, you know, like, you know, physical football is generally a choice. I mean, I guess, you know, and you get used to it. It kind of in an environment that you create. And, you know, once the pads go on, the intensity and the violence goes up. And I know obviously they have different rules. You can't, you know, practice as many 2-a-days with pads and all. And I'm well aware of that. But you can. I'm a full believer that you can still be physical without pads. You still can be a good tackling team.
You can thud.
You can still be a really good blocking team and really good, you know, running team as far as running the ball, seeing the hole, and obviously getting off the jams and stuff without the pads. You have to be able to practice the same way every single day, and you have to have a standard of excellence, and you have to be able to recover as well. Because look, I won national championships. Not every day was great. I mean, I remember times we started practices over where the defense wasn't playing good. Most likely the offense wasn't doing what was much Coach Osborne wanted. But you got to get in there and get after it. And then you got to dive into the wire. You can't sit there and not be physical. If we're doing a repeat, you got to be more physical, because something wasn't adding up for the coaches. And so it's a choice. You asked about being physical. That's just who you are.
Well, like you said, being physical is a choice as a team, but it sounds like you're saying it's a choice until it's not. It's a choice
Right.
until it becomes your identity,
Right.
and then there is no choice. The choice is taken away because you decided, hey, this is what we are, this is what we're going to be about, and then eventually snowball. It's just a fact.
Well, athletic arrogance happens through repetition. Like because you know, listen, I'm not going outside my body. I'm not making unnatural movements. I'm not trying to get into a fight that I'm not prepared for. Throwing hands. I know when I come to line of scrimmage, I better bring my hands in my head.
Yeah.
I know I better have my head in a swivel if I'm actively second level. All those things, but it's such repetition and such high volume, high quality repetition.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between the top of the Big Ten and the bottom of the Big Ten, is that repetition has to show up when chaos could happen. Fall back on what you know rather than what you think you know.
And also, you play in the Big Ten, it's always going to come down to the last couple of possessions. And so in order to eke those games out, you got to make sure that you're really dialed in on tendencies, and you can't have any negative plays. That means you can't punch. I call it punching yourself in the face. I think one of the big things Nebraska, especially in the run game last year, made a big stride in. It was not allowing direct access plays go. And so you got to continue to do that now. Calandria helps you offensively, but defensively, you also have to have the same mentality, right? You look at the Michigan game, Penn State game, some of the Minnesota game. Direct access plays on offense going against the defense hurts you just as much. That means direct access to the second and third level. So those are the things you got to work on. Now, physicality, everybody just thinks it comes down to the big hits. It's just essentially pad level, violent hands, and a will and want to get to the ball. And on offense, it's pad level, hands inside, finishing blocks, and obviously running backs finishing the run plays, receivers catching the ball, finishing that, and then finishing every play. The whole mindset we need to finish, right? Once you start finishing, then it becomes, a habit, and then it just becomes who you are. And then obviously, when you arrive at the party, you got to be extremely violent. And look, you can't play football timid. You can be as nice as you want off the field. When you get on the field, it's a totally different mentality, and that's the way it's got to be.
You've mentioned Keneally.
You want him here?
Ellis and guys like that, right, that are able to flip the switch.
Come on. Wait a minute. Is this the first fit check of the day? Wait a minute. What is
you're a leader in the house.
I had to leave my shades on. Sir, what are you bringing? Good heavens, man. Jay Foreman, you see this?
Yeah, I see it, man. Hey, look, I ain't mad at him, man. I know his head coach. So I know he's letting him shine a little bit, man. Welcome in. We're from Nebraska. DP Jay Foreman, Austin. How's your Big Ten media days, man?
Oh, it's going good so far. We just started.
Yeah, and how was the flight in?
It was good.
Yeah, a little long. Yeah.
Hold on, let's switch him up. Let's switch him up real quick. There we go. All right, there we go. Now let's be formal. Introduce yourself to the folks in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yes, sir. This is Jacob Manu, linebacker number 9, Washington.
He said, "See, this is when you know it's family. Represent the full family. Show me what is around you. What is sitting on your chest right now? What are you wearing
On
right
my
there?
chest,
Yeah,
I got my chain and my tie.
He's shining like a diamond, man. I wanted to ask you, obviously coming in as a linebacker, I'm a former linebacker. I know Coach Jed Fish, obviously he's an offensive extraordinary play caller, but he actually, quiet as kept, he used to coach me in the pros in Houston. I wanted to ask you about your journey as a linebacker, playing at Washington, how you got to Washington, and what it's like to play for Coach Jed Fish.
My journey as a linebacker, I've kind of been a linebacker my whole life.
Right.
I played running back a little bit when I was younger. It's nice.
Yeah.
And then
Every linebacker said we all was nice. Yeah.
Nice everywhere, man. And I got to high school, started playing linebacker. That's when Coach Fish had first seen me. He came to that game. He ended up offering me after that game. And then we're going to Arizona, played linebacker for him over there for 2 years. He came to Washington. I ended up staying in Arizona one more year. And I hit the transfer portal. I came back with Coach Fish. And it's been great, man. I feel like I'm back at home. I love Washington. I love Coach Fish.
we were just talking about the difference in physicality, the choice of physicality versus it's just in you. Over your time, running backs have one level of physicality. Linebackers, and then linebackers in the Big Ten have a different level of physicality. Which one's true? Choice, or it's just part of your DNA?
As a linebacker, I feel like it has to be a part of your DNA. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you got to play with that mentality all the time. My dad used to always tell me that as a kid, and I try to do that every time I'm on the field.
Talk about you guys as you're a leader on the defense, and I think every year you guys gotten better at Washington, and this is going to be a big year for you guys, obviously with the offensive firepower that you always have. Talk about your guys' process through spring and this offseason, how you guys have grown defensively as a unit and you individually to be better next year.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, this is year 2 with us and Coach Walt.
All right.
We all our vets, we feel comfortable. We got a lot of guys coming back. We feel comfortable in the system. We're ready to work.
And I always say that once he's talking about feeling comfortable and they're together, that's when you know that they're doing well. He's kind of being down on the sneak. I wanted to ask you about Jed Fish, as a coach. I know him personally. Talk about him as a CEO. What's so attractive about him because he's able to recruit all across the country, and talk about him as a leader of your program.
He's a culture builder, man. I love Coach Fish. He's family first type of guy. He loves us as players, and we love him as a coach. He makes the right touches for us as a team. We appreciate him.
For you, 2026 is going to be a big year for you guys. Obviously, you guys are coming down to Lincoln on Halloween, so make sure you chill out on us a little bit. But talk about what your guys' goals defensively as a team as you look forward to starting camp here pretty soon.
Defensively, we want to be a top defense in the country. I feel like we got the guys. We got the coaches to do so. So that's our goal. And then as a team, we want to win a Big Ten championship and win a national championship.
Yeah, we're talking about a program that was just at the Big Dance. Like, you're familiar. Then there's legacy and reputation. Now you got to carry it. The Big Ten Conference is a meat grinder.
Yes, sir.
It's a meat grinder. How do you stay fresh, stay connected? How do you stay present without looking down the schedule? How do you take game one as the thing, and how do you get through training camp?
Kind of like Coach Fish says. He says keep your blinders on. Don't worry about the outside noise or what we got going on. Just worry about what's in front of us, and each week at a time.
If I asked you, what's the one word that identifies Washington as a culture?
Family. Easy.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
It's different. Coach Fish, he builds it. It starts with him. Starts at the top. we're just so close as a team than we were last year. And I feel like it's going to help us win some games this year.
I love that you feel like it, but I think you know what's coming, right?
Yeah.
That nothing that he's not putting you in a situation that you're not familiar with. You also know who you're playing against.
Mm-hmm.
Is this more about Washington or is it about the Big Ten Conference? How do you focus your priority and focus? Is it Washington versus Washington, or is it Washington versus the world?
I think it's Washington versus Washington. I think the only way we lose is if we beat ourselves, make mental mistakes, little stuff like that.
Is this a smart team?
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right? What's the what's the identifier for knowing that Washington's an intelligent football team?
I feel like it starts at the top. It starts with Coach Fish and all our head coaches, Coach Odom, the Coach Walt, position coaches. They all know what they're doing, they're talking about, and we trust them.
What's the thing that's said most around Washington football? What in those huddles and in those meeting rooms? What are the words that are said the most?
What are the words that are said the most? That's a hard one. I'm trying to think.
Without giving away family secrets, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Well, there's a thing that in the code, like in a tough workout, we were talking about tough workouts, hot days of summer. That one time when you know what, you're in the.
I got one for you.
What do you got?
It's our final 10. Final 10 minutes of the last quarter. You know, that's kind of where we got beat last year. And that's what we've been focused on all summer, all spring. And that's been one of our things. Like, once we get down to the fourth quarter, final 10, and we got to outwork everybody.
I'll give you this. This is a Hall of Famer, and that's literally what he just said before you walked up. So I want to let you know what page you're on.
Okay.
You are in some very good you're in some good air right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not only Jed Fish, Scotty Graham. He was a mentor of mine growing up. He's a great human being. So that Jed Fish, obviously he's a great person, great man, great leader. He surrounded himself with it. You're a part of that, man. We wish you all the luck. Want you to be happy and healthy and successful. 11 games out the year now. Okay? I'm just gonna be real because I'm gonna find you before the game. I'm gonna check you out. In Lincoln, I just can't do it. But you know what though? Since you did Jed Fish, we're gonna win 11, and we want to see you in the Big Ten championship. Then we go from there. How about that, man?
Yes,
Appreciate you coming on. All the success. We know you're going to be good. We already kind of knew it when you came over. I know what Jed Fish puts in his team. I know what he puts in you. You embody that, man. And then obviously you come in suited and booted and shining like a diamond. I like that swag on 1,000.
Sir.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Jay Foreman, DB Austin. We'll be right back.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook, their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service, bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right, welcome back in to Day 3 coverage of Big Ten Media Days here at Hilton Chicago.
George.
I should be this one. It's cranked all the way up. I need to find a new track.
Well, we're back. Big Ten Media Days. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman, DP. Had some great guests this morning. Obviously, all three Husker players. Everybody's waiting and anticipating for another hour for Matt Rule to get the party started here at 11:30 on the podium.
Oh, Coach Rule's speaking today? I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. He's getting the party started. And we had Mr. Shine Like a Diamond, the University of Washington's linebacker, number 9, came over.
Jacob Manus.
And then it was great to hear. Jacob was great because some of the things he talked about, I already knew about Coach Jed Fish. He talked about family, creating a for Nebraska here, what they got to do is just, look, it's a necessary evil to come here, doing a lot of talking, dog and pony show, but the focus needs to be the focus. It's I think it's a good position to be in as long as you attack it right. I think it's a great position to be in where people ain't talking about you, but internally, almost kind of like, if you could have the type of year that the basketball team had where they were picked very low, lower than what Fred and those guys, expected, and have a great year. And then in order to do that, though, you have to have a guy that's a serious difference maker in every single game. Why is that important? You need to put, your guy needs to be good in the non-con, obviously, as you should, but really you should be on the sideline by, the first series after halftime in all three of these games, in the first 3 games. Then you go on the road. That's got to be your coming out party. That's not a new scheme, a new playbook that we're saving from Michigan State. It's essentially we're running the same plays, but I'm just walking the dog on you. And then you come home against a game and Maryland team that's going to have one of the better defenses in the Big Ten. Hope Mike Locksley's probably going to talk about that. And you got to walk the dog on them too. Then you go with the big dogs. So there's no your big time players that are getting paid the most have to be there game 1 through 12. That's the only way you're going to have a year like Nebraska basketball for the football team.
What's the advantage of having as he said, I'm a running back that converted to linebacker?
I don't know, but we got my man.
That was the lead-in.
Yeah, that's the lead-in, but we got the quarterback coming.
No, but that was the lead-in. You're talking about the football players who master a position.
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. Williams is a football player who happens to play quarterback. Like this is and the full advantage of a guy that's been on different spots of the field, understands the work that's required, and then excelled at it, right? He took the challenge and said, listen, what do you need from me? You need for me to lead it? Okay, I'll lead it with the ball. Let's welcome in Damone Williams of Washington. Kind sir, how the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Listen, we up in here. I see you walked in. Somebody's been in the weight room.
Real good, Austin. You got the swag on.
Sir, they're gonna have to let you wear double digits this year. You might be a little bit too big for the single digit. I asked Jacob this thing about family and what it means, and that seems to be that's the word he used the most in talking about your football team and your program. What say you? When I say family, what does it mean to you in Washington?
Yeah, I say the same thing. I think just like us as a team, how much time we spend together outside the building. Especially, I feel like you don't see that a lot, especially being here my 3rd year. I think this is the most that we really spent time with each other outside of the facility and really just on like a friendly basis. Like we're not talking about football. We're talking about everyday life and, just like figuring out each other's skills and things like that.
I wanted to ask you, I know Coach Fish, he actually, oddly enough, I don't know if he admits it now, he used to coach defense, right? And he probably tells you that's how he's able to break down defense. He used to coach me in Houston. But I know Jed and Coach Fish. Talk about your relationship with him. Obviously from your recruitment to get you to come to Washington, the process, how he's developed you, and then obviously being there with you through the ups and downs. And obviously there's a lot more ups. How's that, working with Jed Fish? It's not a coach player. It's more of a relationship with him when he coaches you.
Yeah, no doubt. I've talked to him, since early as I can remember in my high school recruiting process. Arizona was one of my first Power 5 offers in high school. So that meant a lot to me. And he came to a lot of my high school games. I was right up the road, about an hour away from the stadium. So, it was super beneficial for me to have him in my corner there. And then you kind of just see the transition into college. Coming in, I was expected to come in and take meaningful snaps, coming in to play. And, you know, I took that on the shoulders and really understood to go in every day with that mindset. And after not being named the starter at the beginning of the season, still being an elite teammate and understanding how to be the backup quarterback, understanding how to still be a leader on the team without being the starter, without having that starting voice, role.
And now you're a senior, right? And now you are the guy. You're leading not only the offense, you're leading the whole team. How's that process been for you, along with playing great position at quarterback?
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I think that the greater your voice get, it's just like more comfortable you get. You can start, you know, being more yourself, start, you know, joking around at practice, you know, having fun with the guys, things like that. And I think at the end of the day, everybody knows like the work that I put in the building. So going out every day, just understanding, you know, I get to do this. I get to go out there and be with my brothers and get to go out there and practice and work and put in that work.
Jacob mentioned Final 10 when he was on with us. As a quarterback, as the leader of an offense, what does Final 10 mean for you on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I think just finishing the games, closing out games, whether it's you have the ball to close out the game or you're getting the ball to go win the game. I think that either way, it's super beneficial to the team. It's super important to go into each game with that mindset, because at the end of the day, the game's going to be decided in the fourth quarter. Regardless of what happens in the game ends in the fourth quarter. So understanding how to close out games and how to finish games.
You mentioned being an elite backup, and what that provides is evidence of why you should be the lead guy, right? What is the evidence that shows up now that will have to show up September 5 for Washington?
Yeah, I think just the leadership skills. I learned a lot from Will Rogers, which was the quarterback at the time. And, you know, I talk to him still. And, you know, I talk to him all the time. I'm super appreciative for all that he did for me while he was here. And, you know, we had a super tight bond in the quarterback room. And that's a relationship I talk about all the time in our quarterback room, as far as, you know, what I want it to be in our quarterback room now, which is what it was just super tight, super competitive every single day. And, you know, really embrace the grind.
What is the thing that's going to help Washington win Big Ten football games? Like, what characteristic, what traits do y'all possess that's going to help you win Big Ten football games?
Yeah, I think the grind, just like how much work that we put in throughout the summer, the tough practices that we have during spring, and obviously the tougher practices that we have in fall camp. And I think that's really just going to come to show when the season begins.
Do you love practice?
Yeah.
I knew the answer, but I need to hear him say it. I need to hear him say, listen, to get leaders to say, not only do I love practice, but you embrace it as the opportunity. Jay likes to talk about from the Hall of Fame mentality that work has to show up, and you have to mean it. So I'm glad to hear that, Jay.
I wanted to ask you the culture that Jed, you know, kind of obviously was a pro coach, and obviously he comes to the college. You guys have had a lot of offensive firepower go, and they're doing well on Sundays. What's it like for you to see that, and then obviously be a part of it, and then that's potentially your goal where you're going to go with it? What's it like with playing with those guys, being connected with those guys, and getting feedback, and then obviously you're well on your way?
I think it's great, you know, just having like that be a pro mindset. We talk about it all the time, you know, it's in our locker room, things like that, where you want to come into work every day understanding that, you know, you're trying to become a pro. So why not act like a pro on a daily basis and really get that feel already, especially having like an NFL system like we do in our offense and as well as on our defense. You know, we have a super complex scheme. So I feel like, you know, just the everyday life that we live already, it prepares you for that next level.
And I also want to ask you, obviously, you lose a big part of your offense last year in Coleman. I felt like he was the best running back or one of them in the Big Ten. What's it like breaking in a new running back? Obviously, look, it's a big shoes to fill. That means more pressure on everybody else. But obviously, I know you guys recruit well. What's it like making that connection with the new running backs?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, you know, Jonah's a great guy, you know, elite running back. And I've known him. We transferred together technically from Arizona. So, you know, I've known him the whole time I've been in college, and we're super tight. And, you know, I think that coming into this next year, it's up to the next guy to really just step up. And that's really been our mindset the whole time. I think last year he had an injury towards the tail end of the year, and our backup running back last year came in and had 100 yards back-to-back games. So that's really just our mindset as a team is, you know, if one guy goes down and one guy's not here, then the next guy got to be ready to step up.
Yeah, I like that, man. Plus, also, you guys have a great running back coach in Scotty Graham. So,
Sure.
you know, that's what, you know, the one thing I will say is Jed Fish put together excellent staff, excellent people. That's why you guys have been so successful. Wish you all the luck for all the games. Now, you know, you come to Lincoln.
Yeah.
You know, saying we'll welcome you nice. So we want you to play well, but we just got to get that dub. How about that, right? You win all the other 11, you go 11-1, then we'll see you in the Big Ten championship, man. Appreciate you coming on. Wish you all the success. You're a great player, great leader, and obviously you have a great team up there.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you.
We'll go to break. We'll be back with more to wrap up the 10 o'clock hour next from Chicago.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Rick Heyman here from Sauter Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sauter Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sauterheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back into the Hilton Chicago. We keep the Washington Husky train rolling. We're joined by their center, Landon Hatchett. Landon, welcome to 93.7 The Ticket. How you doing today?
Great. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Absolutely. Thanks for popping on here. We just had your quarterback, Demond Williams, join us. Take us through center-quarterback relationship. What's your relationship with Demond like, and what's it like developing that relationship?
It's a very important relationship, as many folks know. Just having the two of us together. Oh, fix this.
Yeah, there you go. Swap them out.
There you go.
There we go.
Now
we're good.
Oh, all right, perfect.
There we go.
As I was saying, center-quarterback relationship, I think it's huge. Love Demond. We've grown together for the last couple of years now. Our relationship continues to get better and better, just our connection. being on the same page. You know, we work together a lot in protections. It's not one of our jobs, it's both of our jobs, and just being on the same page is huge. You know, and we continue to grow that throughout each year. So excited to see how this year goes.
I was intrigued about the conversations that happened. You walked in the room, and most people will say that the Big Ten Conference is a big man conference. It's big man football.
Yeah.
The prima donnas and the talent groups get all the pub, but the heavy lifting and the real work. That University of Washington moving company that y'all have up front, y'all take pride in this, right?
Oh, yeah.
How important is that pride that y'all know? You know what? They get all the press clippings, but we decide how this thing's going to go.
Yeah, we take a lot of pride in it. My freshman year was 2023 when we won the Joe Moore, and that is the standard of offensive line play at the University of Washington, and continue to uphold it. You know, 2024 we kind of took a dip a little bit, and we understood that wasn't the standard. Then 25 we kind of came back, and we just need to continue to get better and better. And I think we have an offensive line group and a unit with lots of depth behind it that knows what the standard is and just continues to push it.
How do you get through this next 4 weeks? This is, I mean, big guys leaning against each other, pressing against each other, tired, hot, dehydrated. How do you get through?
Just understanding what's after the next 4 weeks. You know, you got these 4 weeks getting ready for the season. That's what you play college football for, to play football, you know. And training camp is such an important, pivotal role in it. You know, it's where you learn who the real leaders are and who really wants to grind. And when you have a bunch of guys like we do on our team that love football and love the grind, it makes it pretty easy, you know. So a lot of people think training camps is tough, and it is tough. It's a grind. But when you love what you do and you love the guys around you, it makes it way easier.
What type of coach is Jedd Fisch? Is he a I mean, how do you describe him as a coach?
I would say he's a player's coach.
Okay.
You know, but you know, his whole motto is be a pro, and he instills that into us. Everything that we do is professional on the field, playing football, in the weight room, school, media, you know, everything. And he brings a pro system. He has so much knowledge and experience across many different teams, and he brings so many different perspectives into it, and just so much knowledge. And so learning from him has been awesome the last few years.
Can I ask you, why do you love this?
Oh, man. What other sport do you get to be around all your boys? You get to beat up a bunch of guys.
That part,
Amen.
Like
Amen.
once you get past the polished media, he's jacked up today, right? He's got the full the suit of suiting.
Oh yeah.
But beneath that, there's a Viking waiting to throw hands, and there's like in the real talk, and he couldn't wait to just like he was like, I know I'm supposed to say something really cordial and professional, but the reality is you throw hands for a living and you get to like it.
Yeah, no doubt. And there's not another sport in the world that you get to do it as a team.
Sure.
You know,
and not get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
Well, we know you got to run, but we wish you the best this year for Washington. He's Landon Hatchett, the center for Washington. Thanks so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your media days.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys.
We're gonna root for you again.
Absolutely.
Before we let him go.
Yeah.
As the offensive line coach for Team USA, I went to we were in his region, and he was at the top of the list for the guys that we were supposed to get to represent Team USA, and the powers that be said, no, we got to protect the talent. We got to protect the assets. So, but you're forgiven. We root for you for every week except for one. How about that? There we go, bro.
Landon Hatchett, you bet. We'll be back with more on the 11 o'clock hour here at Big 10 Media Days here in Chicago at 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
MHC isn't a new company, just a new name. Moe's Moving is now Moe's Home and Commercial. Whether moving across town or across the state, MHC Moving has you covered, specializing in home, apartment, assisted, and independent living moves. MHC can handle your commercial moves as well. MHC Moving has 0 hidden fees. You'll never pay for same-day booking or be charged for stairs, heavy items, or elevator fees. Rates are the same Monday through Saturday, and you will never pay a truck or fuel surcharge. And they offer payment plans through PayPal. Call MHC Moving today at 402-853-7167 or go to mhcmoving.com.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge at 29th and Pine Lake.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
11 o'clock hour here at the Hilton Chicago Big Ten Media Days, Day 3. Austin Norman, Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen with you. Jake Foreman hitting the road, had to bounce, so it'll be the three of us and any more special player and coach guests that we are able to pull throughout the course of the day. Big thanks to the Nebraska contingent and the Washington contingent for stopping by. That's 6 players we've gotten to talk to so far, and it's been a blast. A big thanks to Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate, for helping sponsor our coverage. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or you can also go to brg-ne.com. About 25 minutes from now, Nebraska football head coach Matt Rule will take the stage. He will be the kickoff man at the podium here on the final day of Big Ten Media Days. JDP, over this first 2-hour stretch, what have we learned? What have you taken away from the players we've heard from?
I just want to give a big shout out off the bat to the Washington SIDs. Both of them were very helpful. Haley and I didn't get the gentleman's name, but they were both phenomenal. Just super kind. They all with Jacob and Landon, and of course Damon. That was, they were great talkers, and looking forward to following their season. And just it's fun hearing. We don't talk about Washington very often. And here's the thing: Landon mentioned the fact that in 2023, they won the Joe Moore Award, Washington. I think people forget that they were in the national championship game. Michigan, of course, wins that, but I think it's like it's commonly forgotten that people they were in the national title game.
I said this in full, and again, shout out to Troy Dannon for being for that leadership and that play. Like he knows what it looks like, he knows what it sounds like. And then he knows what it feels like. But the thing that jumped out to me, they did 2 code words that mean a lot to me. Family was one that it's passed around and sometimes it's misrepresented. But with that group, it's uniform and united. You can hear them talk about it. But the other side of it is when they talk about media training, be a pro. Be a pro. Don't run from it. Engage it. Engage it and work at it. Who does that sound like? We've asked and we've demanded that athletes be treated as pros and give them an opportunity to tell their own stories and then be a voice for themselves and get comfortable in it. That leadership shows up on the field. Listen to me. If you're comfortable in who you are and how you tell the story, if you don't know it well enough to tell it, then there's a problem. Knowing what you're talking about versus, you know what, I got to go through it. I got to get through this conversation. Nope. All 3 of those young men came in here. They walked the walk. They talked the talk. What great ambassadors for University of Washington and Washington football and that coaching staff.
I call them a dark horse, maybe a dark husky in the Big Ten, a team that's in that middle third, maybe trying to fight its way back up to that top third, where, like you said, Jake, they played for a national championship.
I mean, I forget about it. I'm guilty of forgetting about it. I am.
I don't. I was with Griff earlier today. He had a recording for one of his shows. I love the homies, and in that conversation, we said again with 3 national champions back to back, all being Big Ten, and then 3 different individual teams. But to forget that Washington again was a championship caliber team and a program, and again We went to their cupboard. We raided their cupboard. We went and got their athletic director. That's how listen. So to disrespect what they were and how they got there, because that wasn't an easy journey for them.
No.
Right? If you talk about style of play and what they had to go through to do it, the Washington Huskies are in the conversation. We've conveniently, casually put them in the middle third of the Big Ten Conference.
Yep.
The middle third.
Yeah, we have.
But listen, Oregon has some understanding. They've been in the neighborhood. College football playoffs, Final Four, right? We know how good they're supposed to be. But no. Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, Washington, Oregon, all in the space, and then a top 10 Illinois team, and we still haven't gotten to USC. We haven't gotten to Illinois. You just have to remember there's depth to this thing.
Well, you mentioned the journey for Washington in terms of the journey back to where they were. So Chris Peterson retires, steps away from football after an 8-5 season in 2019.
Right.
COVID hits. Jimmy Lake goes 3-1. The next year, he starts 4-5 before they fire him. That was a preseason number 20 team. Bob Greger goes 0-3. Well, then guess what? Here comes Kalen DeBoer, 11-2 with an Alamo Bowl win, and then 14-1 with an appearance in the national championship game. Well, Kalen DeBoer gets poached as well. He goes to Alabama, and Jed Fish comes in with a 6-6 first season, a loss in the bowl game to drop to 6-7, then a 9-4 season last year. Covered is far from bare. We know that's a talent-rich area up there with some natural rivals that they play. Washington State, Oregon, obviously a close trip. Washington's been able to maintain, I think, a lot of the pieces of that Chris Peterson identity, even though, they're now in their third coach since he left.
No, I think it's a different identity, and I think it's a different recruiting pool. It's a different recruiting pool. You don't stay in the talent pool. If you're Fish, you have access that they didn't have before. It's a different access, not worse or better. It's a different access. And then it becomes, who do you want to coach? Who do you want to work with? And then you have to remember, my goodness gracious, you have playmakers. And we saw the large mountain of a man who sat where Griff is sitting now. It is Griff on the outside looking at, right? We look at things and have conversations that we're familiar with and comfortable in having. As somebody that's been outside of the market and outside the Big Ten market, what do you see when we talk about Washington, when we talk about the Big Ten? What do you see?
I mean, living in Atlanta, surrounded by the SEC, surrounded by Georgia Bulldog fans. I mean, where the Georgia Tech fans at? I don't even see them no more, but I am smack dab in the middle of, Georgia, a bunch of Auburn people, and then, of course, Alabama, those three teams where I live. So that's all I hear about. And then when I tell them, I'm about that Big Ten life, we were always looked down upon by the SEC. Y'all not going to do nothing. This is big boy college foot. And now we have to start recognizing that these teams, Illinois was good last year, and it was really
won 9 games,
man, and they were ranked and they were good. They had a great running back, good wide receiver. The quarterback was accurate. You can't ask for more than that. But then I watched a couple Maryland games. I like Maryland. I like it's just that when it's so. If you were at an all-girl school and you was the only dude, it's too many females, dog.
That was my Spanish 101 in college, actually. Haven't been there, but kind of been there.
But how it's just like, oh, which one do I get? Which one do I get? So when I've been hearing y'all talk about Nebraska this whole time, man, I start thinking about, dang, Minnesota ain't even. Dang, ain't nobody even saying nothing about Iowa. Dang, ain't nobody, they not even talk about Northwestern. Northwestern, we in they city, and they ain't getting nothing. I went to go see Northwestern, playing in a big house, the biggest stadium, and then going to Northwestern. The whole time I was there, I was like, oh, their stadium is so cute. 26,000. Oh,
now they're upgrading.
Yeah, I know.
Nice, but it's still no big house.
No, it ain't gonna be as cute as it was with 26. But I was like, this is a very small stadium, and then that's how they get treated when people who wants to go. I'm a parent. I don't want my son to go to Northwestern. I don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And then it goes to what the parents know. We know, y'all know when Nebraska, now you got to convince your son that's 18 now. You know, when I was young, Nebraska was, I could show you the state, you know, but it's these kids is different. And now they get money.
But Jake is still trying to get his 94, 95, 97 run.
Yeah,
like he
I
did,
want that. I was young.
He didn't get.
Austin wasn't alive. I was very.
I was a bun in the oven.
Right, like that they didn't get this. Like they did it. Some would say, as a Raider fan, you understand.
Yeah, we ain't me and my bro. I'm 55 in September. My brother 53. We watched the Raiders play last season, disgusted, sitting next to each other, and I'm like, "Yo, we in our 50s, man. They ain't been sweet since we was kids, like real kids. 84, we was 12 and 30. Like, what's going on? Like, we look crazy."
Well, the Big Ten's helping you out. Powers Johnson, Mendoza.
Yeah, loading you guys up.
I am
raid
DP
the Big Ten.
Raid the Big Ten straight up. He just said just now, "Hey man, take that linebacker from Washington. That's what y'all need to do. Just make him a Raider right now."
Well, you'd be okay with the center. Listen, that is a dude that throws hands, and to watch him, you see the work that's put in. Look, you can't fake the real evidence. The real evidence that work is done. They're in immaculate shape. They are. Listen, it is high and tight, down to the toes. All of them booted, fully booted. Presentation, hair, tight, done, right? And the suits fitted.
Look, there's a linebacker from one of them schools yesterday had more ice than rappers.
Bruh, it listen, and the things that matter.
And I live in Atlanta. I see all the rappers. Luda, Jermaine Dupri, everybody.
But the work that's put in the offseason, and it's what we talk about, the reason why we come to this thing every year is to watch and see what's the work being put in that we don't see. And when you walk in the door here, whether it's a coach, player, or otherwise, we get to see, okay, what work has been put in. Jake Sorensen stands next to them, and you could see him having the conversation in his head. Oh, yeah, he's 6'5". He's 6'5", 285.
Hey, you're Jacob Mondale.
Yeah. Fair.
I'm having a good time out here, man. It is so cool watching all the other stations that are covering. You know, I talked to a lot of Buckeye radio station people yesterday.
How'd that go for you? Were you civil or not?
I was hella civil because you know.
Would they agree?
Yeah.
Yeah,
let me ask them about their thoughts.
So here's the bottom line.
He got saying on. He got Smith.
Yeah, I talked to him, but I was saying, hey man, as a longtime Michigan tattoo fan, Ohio State always been good. I know everybody that ever played for them, all their cornerbacks go to the league, all their linebackers, all their defensive tackles, all their running backs, all their quarterbacks. Like, it's not like they be fluky. So really with Ryan, with the coach yesterday, I was like, man, y'all got a system over there. So we finally, here's what I really told him. We finally get a quarterback the same size as the Ohio State quarterbacks that y'all done had for the last 35 years. And he ain't do Buckeye numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're going to see, and I think that's a big part of the Big Ten story this year.
Yeah, he's here today.
Right?
Yeah,
to see
I'm excited. 6'4.5". Let's talk about it.
To see what young Underwood looks like. Let's see the evidence of what work has been put in.
Yeah.
You'll be able to identify what this looks like. And then, quite frankly, Jay Foreman said Kyle Whittingham was downstairs, and you just go, oh, boy. Like, that's another dude. You added the Big Ten Conference, added Kyle Whittingham.
Right.
That's a statement, right? That's a massive statement.
You added Kyle. Wait a minute. You weren't in the bottom third, and you added Kyle. Listen, if you're Michigan State, you're the bottom third. You add Pat Fitzgerald. You put your chest out.
Right.
Chin up. That was Michigan, bruh. And they added Kyle Whittingham. What are we doing? Like, this is just, oh, wait a minute. We got the big mansion and the pool, and you added a spa? You added a guest house? Okay,
right.
Well done. So that, Austin, there's a lot to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Michigan's such a fascinating team, and I think they've flown under the radar as well, with Indiana coming in as well. I would still say Michigan's probably the number 2 story for me today behind what does Kurt Cignetti do, what does Kurt Cignetti say. But it's certainly a talented team that's been, top 25 portal and high school recruiting rankings for a while. They've built up that talent base. Didn't have a huge exodus necessarily. My biggest question for Kyle Whittingham would be, how much of a stabilizing force can he be for that athletic department, right? The president out the door, athletic director leaving in December, basketball
he
coach
got skates
out the door.
on. Exactly.
If I'm Michigan, what a coup to get someone like Kyle Whittingham to come in and stabilize. But no matter how good a coach you are, a good dude you are, there's still going to be an adjustment period. And to see how that adjustment period goes and how quickly he can fight through it and instill those values is going to be fascinating to watch.
Well, but remember this about Kyle Whittingham. So at Utah, he's with, when you think Utah, he was with Coach McBride at Utah.
Oh, yeah.
The OG, the fighting with Lavelle Edwards, Coach McBride.
That's right.
Right. The old school Utah Utes. And then the transition of bringing in, again, a 20-year coach, and then you bring in Urban Meyer, and you have to clean house. He and Urban Meyer walked from dorm to dorm. Add Mike Sanford to the conversation. Solani Kataki, who is now the head coach at BYU. You're talking about a full Dan Mullen was on that staff, right? So you're talking about the depth and that they transformed a Utah program that was middle of the country to, oh my goodness gracious, let's go down here and give hands to Alabama in the Sugar Bowl.
Right.
That Kyle Whittingham, who then evolved 15 years later to the 2019 Utah Utes, who shook up all of college football by demanding to be in the college football playoff system with the season that you had. That Kyle Whittingham transforms programs and has done it for 3 decades.
What are the similarities and differences between Utah and Michigan?
Oh, wow. Listen, all the problems that you have, the vacuum that exists in those programs around the football programs, the way media covers those programs, that vacuum existed in Salt Lake City. It exists, and it existed in the shadows of Provo, Utah, and BYU. Michigan and the shadow of the folks from Columbus, Ohio, right? So then the measurement and being able to, one, identify who you are so that it doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter. Michigan's issue isn't Ohio State. Michigan's issue is and has always been Michigan.
Yeah, we got bigger problems.
Right. Well, you have bigger problems because you get
Ohio State is the last thing. That's the last game of the season.
It doesn't listen to me. If Michigan is peeking over the fence at Columbus, something's gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
It should be Michigan being Michigan, waiting, lurking, prepping. Listen, we're eating and we're storing up. I'm eating vitamins and eating raw meat, waiting for my opportunity to put my foot on the throat of them folks from Columbus, Ohio.
And that's all we want.
That's all there is.
Preparation, dog.
And now you have a guy that he is the most no-nonsense coach Michigan has had since Bo.
That's real.
No nonsense. Hey, listen, man, miss me with all the other nonsense. Kyle Whittingham might be the best video study coach in the Big Ten. He may do the best video breakdown of any coach in the Big Ten. I've been in those rooms with Kyle Whittingham. I'm telling you, he handles talent around him. Again, you're in a room with Dan Mullen as your coordinator, Brian Johnson. You're beating Alabama with Brian Johnson at quarterback. You can't name
Brian Johnson from sales?
Right. You can't name the running backs that ran the ball through Alabama for Kyle Whittingham. You can't name the receivers who caught the ball, who put up 38 points against Alabama. You can't name them. That's who Kyle Whittingham is and what you just added to Michigan. That's what you just added. Pay attention to this coaching staff because future Big Four coaches, head coaches, are on the staff at Michigan and now get the exposure.
See how he is? That's how we want him to be. Everything he just said, that's what we want a coach to come in and do. But like y'all said, What about the time that we all get to know each other and you got to come to the house and then we all let's go help the community? Like, it's a lot of things that have to happen for people to buy into a system. And these kids got too many distractions right now. And if you can't keep them focused and adjusted to the situation at hand, it's going to go bad quick.
Interesting with Kyle Whittingham is I think the conversation the last couple of years is how long is he going to go? Well, he leaves Utah to go take on a big job in Michigan, so he's got a lot more left in the tank apparently to go take that job. That's a 10-year job, right? You don't go to Michigan for 5 years. You go there to sign up for 8 to 10 years, I would think. This is not a quick fix and retirement for Kyle Whittingham.
Nope.
He's got to be there, you think, for a decade, right? Is that the thought for him? And how old is he? He's mid-60s, right?
He's probably a year older than I am. I think he might be 65. But I mean, he's in better shape than I am. So there's that part.
He is Michigan's quarterback.
He's 66. He turned 67 in November.
Yeah,
he turned 67 in November.
Yeah, who's their quarterback coach?
Coy Detmer.
Yep.
No, not that one. The other one.
Brought in to do. But here's the thing. Through all the things that we talk about in the Big Ten Conference, whether it's Nebraska, any coast of the country, the things that matter most is that they learn to honor the process. Whatever we're doing today, we're going to do it at Michigan standard, Nebraska standard, Indiana standard, Ohio State standard, whatever that is. And the way they prepare today, listen to me. If you're not paying attention to the way they walked into their national exposure, their conference exposure, that's how they're preparing for this season. Mm-hmm. That's if you didn't put in the nth detail to walk into this exposure, I would guarantee how you do anything is how you do everything. That's what you're going to see when they walk in today.
Speaking of walking in, Matt Rule about 4.5 minutes away from walking in and taking the podium. We will go to break. When we get back, we believe we have the live feed of Matt Rule at the podium. We will play that for you, and we will have full reaction as we continue through the 11 o'clock hour over your lunch break. Jake Sorensen, DP, Griff, Austin Norman. We'll be back to hear from Matt Rule.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge, at 29th and Pine Lake.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
MHC isn't a new company, just a new name. Moe's Moving is now Moe's Home and Commercial. Whether moving across town or across the state, MHC Moving has you covered, specializing in home, apartment, assisted, and independent living moves. MHC can handle your commercial moves as well. Fee items or elevator fees. Rates are the same Monday through Saturday, and you will never pay a truck or fuel surcharge. And they offer payment plans through PayPal. Call MHC Moving today at 402-853-7167 or go to mhcmoving.com. Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook, their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Rick Heyman here from Starter Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Starter Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at StarterHeyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Dana Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Dana Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Dana Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past, or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching at spray-net.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
MHC isn't a new company, just a new name. Moe's Moving is now Moe's Home and Commercial. Whether moving across town or across the state, MHC Moving has you covered, specializing in home, apartment, assisted, and independent living moves. MHC can handle your commercial moves as well. MHC Moving has 0 hidden fees. You'll never pay for same-day booking or be charged for stairs, heavy items, or elevator fees. Rates are the same Monday through Saturday, and you will never pay a truck or fuel surcharge. And they offer payment plans through PayPal. Call MHC Moving today at 402-853-7167 or go to mhcmoving.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait. Apply now.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
In every office, there's 2 types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday. You lost Wednesday. You're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You heard Matt Rule in part here, 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Hear the rest of it in full. Had some issues on the back end with
Just
that.
explain
so
what happened.
We were streaming it, and stream got blocked, and so we are getting it recorded, and we will air it in full when we have it available for you. Austin Orman, Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen with you here at Big Ten Media Days. Shorter opening statement from Matt Rule. Went for a couple minutes, took some questions there at the podium. Jake, DP, what'd you hear? What'd you learn from Coach Rule at the podium?
Well, several things. I mean, he was asked about the quarterback situation and mentioned that, as we all know, Nebraska's got three quarterbacks that did play FBS football last year, and Danny Kalin, TJ Lateef, and Anthony Calandra, and addressed he was asked about the thought about playing FBS teams or Power 5 teams in the non-conference plays. That's more of a Petitti question, of course. We'd love to play Tennessee as fans that we are. We want to see that, but that got pushed. He mentioned that Arizona's on the schedule. Oklahoma's on the schedule down the road. But it was status quo, I would say, for a press conference. TP, thoughts from you and what you heard there?
Yeah, I mean, I love the GPS setting that who Nebraska is and how they're represented at this particular event. You brought meat and potatoes guys to the event to explain that this is who we are. Hardworking, nothing assumed, nothing given, everything earned. Don't get caught up in some of the distraction things that Jenkins is getting notoriety and some credential. And it wasn't given to him, it's been earned. The same for Luke Lindenmeyer. That Lindenmeyer is one of the top national tight end talents as people discuss it. The work still has to happen and the evidence still has to happen. But those are things that if you're talking about who Nebraska is going to be this season, what they chose to bring. Andrew Marshall, he's going to line up as defensive back 1A against 6 of the top 10 receivers in the country on a Saturday basis. So quite frankly, nobody's going to be better than him, bigger than him, or otherwise. So that's who was brought to the table. He said, listen, this is who we are. This is who we're going to be. We're going to work hard. We're going to take advantage of opportunity. And then let's see what it is when we get to throw hands in September.
And those are three guys that did take advantage of opportunities, that have taken advantage of opportunities. Matt Rule said a couple different times, they're what college football is about. This is what the University of Nebraska is about, needs to be about. Luke, to me, is what grit is all about. So you can tell that's been a focus. The theme of the offseason is, like you said, getting back to basics, getting back to the roots of, hey, this is what our program is about. This is what we stand for. I think that was a pretty clear theme of what we're saying, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly we look forward to hopefully getting Rule to sit down with us here shortly. But You're kicking off day 3, excuse me, and I think that it was. I haven't heard much negative feedback at all, no pushback at all from the interview that he had there, the press conference.
Well, I don't. There's not much to push back against. Here's the thing about telling the truth. Nobody can argue with the truth. Talk about what you know. What we know about the 3 young men that were chosen and who represented Nebraska at the biggest debutante ball that is Big Ten football. You picked 3 young people who represent the core of and the heart of Nebraska football. These are folks that none of this was given to them. These guys came through. Again, we said it with Jay Foreman. If you asked 3 years ago, you ask any of those 3, if you asked the head coach or any of the coaches on staff, whether those 3 young men represent Nebraska at this year's Big Ten Conference media days, the answer is probably no, even at their greatest aspiration, greatest dream. So the work got them here. There is evidence of why they got here. We can identify. Now there's some credential being provided. Folks are saying if you're looking at centers in the Big Ten Conference, look at Nebraska. Be a part of the conversation. If you're looking at tight ends in the Big Ten Conference, look at Nebraska. There's some evidence that says that there's some talent there. And then if you're looking at defensive backs, here's somebody that, quite frankly, last year we have evidence of him on the field against the best in the Big Ten and how he performed. And then with another year of experience, another year of knowledge, another year of work in the gym, another year of work in the film study room, and then changing of effort, there's a pretty good chance that the evidence says Andrew Marshall is going to be one of the better defenders of the Big Ten Conference.
The Andrew Marshall journey and story just at Nebraska also intrigues me because you think about the guys that Nebraska's brought in as transfer defensive backs. Think about the journey that Tommy Hill went through, had a stellar year as a junior, fell off a little bit as a senior. Certainly the injury played a part in that as well. Sierra Wright, when Tommy Hill went down, played a big part in Nebraska's success, had the big interception in his homecoming to USC, and then he was bouncing around the field, filling roles, being a good teammate next year. I'm curious to see what this year holds for Andrew Marshall because we heard a lot about Tommy Hill as a junior, less as a senior. We heard a lot about Sierra Wright on the field as a junior, and then there's more leadership role and flexibility as a senior. I want to see Andrew Marshall continue to make plays in the second year and that's what he's known for.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that was mentioned at the podium that we've talked about at length on our shows off air is the big month. November has been a problem for Nebraska. As mentioned, 2-10, I believe, is the record in November. And
never more than one win.
He brought up the Wisconsin win, the one of the 2 wins they had, which is fine. They did win that game. But, I mean, if that's not a topic of conversation anywhere at this program, it needs to be. I mean, November cannot continue to be this wasteland of just losing games. I mean, this year you're going to have at Illinois is a winnable game, but tough. Then you're at Rutgers. You should win that game, but tough. You're home against Ohio State. Tough one to win. Probably not supposed to win, but win a game you're not supposed to. And then you're at Iowa, who has owned you for the last 10, 11 years in the league. That has to change at some point. And I hope that they actually, I'm not sure what you can change, but something has to change.
Well, but no. Ask the question. Ask the next question. If he says that as a fan, you say November matters. And he's responding to somebody asking about November. But the reality is Nebraska football will be identified by the first day of training camp. It'll be identified by all the work that they put in now and the work those games are won in the summer. Those games aren't won in November.
Well, that goes to his point, I think, about being a builder. That's a quote that I bound you from Matt Rule. Some people can snap their fingers and it happens overnight, but we're builders. And that's not me as a builder. Luke Lindenmeyer is the builder. He mentioned Cam Lenhart in that mix as well. Building to it throughout the course of the spring, throughout the course of the summer, being able to lay the foundation to be strong by the time you get to September, which lays the foundation for October, which lays the foundation for more success in November.
You know what? November's not going to matter. November doesn't matter until it does.
Yeah.
You beat Ohio.
Yeah.
You know what?
It needs to be start being game by game. It really does.
Listen, the schedule is for other folks. Like sell tickets and sell reputation. All of that's wonderful. Beat Ohio. Kick Ohio's tail. Right? If you're Calandria, look, you need to get even with Ohio.
Yep.
Because the last time you faced them, it didn't go well.
No, it
didn't go well. So, you know what? Bring your new brothers, bring your new gang, put in the work. And listen, There are things that he can share in that locker room about their first opponent that gets them through the next 30 days. That's the first thing. I don't care about North Dakota. I don't care about Bowling Green. I don't care about Iowa. I don't. Beat Ohio. Beat Ohio. Do all the work, all the things. You know what? Tell me that Justin Evans is one of the best centers in college football. You know what? I need to see him dominate Ohio. Hey, bro, and how are you going to do it? Let's find what he does well. Let's do that. High repetition, right? How will we tell? Passing game, pass protection, running game, being able to run off tackle, power running behind that. Let's see that. All things you can quickly identify against Ohio and what that would look like.
Well, and think about this, DP. I mean, if you want to get the fans off of the, oh, here we go again, woe is me, do what you said. I mean, don't mess around with Ohio. Prove that something's different and take care of them. Win by 20-plus points. Win confidently.
He cannot and will not care what the fans say.
I know, I understand that.
And how they feel
and he should.
about it.
You are right.
As they literally said, athlete after athlete who comes sat at this table said, quite frankly, we turn off the outside noise. They don't care what we think. They don't care what we want. They don't care what we see. They know better than we do. They know if, in fact, you know what? Is this a good football team? Are you a good football player? We can say that Justin Evans is one of the best centers in the country. There will have to be evidence, and it starts with Ohio. Hey, you think Justin Evans cares what I say about him? He doesn't care what I think. He's got work to do. Quite frankly, he's going to put his hand in turf against Ohio, and there's going to be some angry dude trying to build on the reputation of beating Nebraska. Right? It's a full thing. You think Lindenmeyer gives it one good thought about what folks think? You know what? His purpose is a different purpose, right? And then Andrew Marshall, you think he cares what I think when he's lined up against Jeremiah Smith? You think that wait a minute. Like you think no, they have work to do. The proof is for them. They are committed to each other. They work. Listen, we're sitting in air conditioning. Next week we'll be in air conditioning, drinking coffee, and they're going to be they're going to be putting the work in, and we don't know what that work's going to be. We get to peek at it, but we're only getting, think about that. We're going to watch 30 minutes of 30 hours of preseason work.
30 minutes of very carefully selected practice. So it's just
you're getting a highlight reel. You're getting a highlight reel. That's not the dirty. That's not the gutter. That's not the dark corner. We can't see it. Listen, we want to root for this, and we are going to root for this. But we don't. Listen, man. I don't. Indiana's coming. Ohio State's coming. But the first thing for me is evidence against Ohio and what it looks like. And then we'll overreact. And we know that about us. We're going to overreact. Bravo. Let's cheer and applaud. We're going to overreact. Or we're going to boo and hiss. Either way, it's not going to matter. Right? Because if you win, you were supposed to. We're going to say you were supposed to. If you don't win, then you're going to say, well, we can't look any forward. Nope, immediately reload, get back to work. If you win that one, then okay. Again, it doesn't matter to the long story because it's week to week. As Jay likes to say, there's a season of 12 stories, right? Well, there's more than that because quite frankly, it's today, and then there's next week, and then there's each drill, each workout, each recovery. It's all of those things. It's all of those things.
Let's go ahead and go to break. We have the full podium session for Matt Rhule. We'll play that coming up at the top of the hour in its entirety, and then we'll do some more reacting to what Matt Rhule had to say here at Big Ten Media Days. He got things going. Heard from Mike Locksley, Kyle Whittingham up next here momentarily for Michigan. DP, Jake, Austin, we'll be back to hear right from Matt Rhule. Everything he said at the podium. We'll react after that in the noon hour.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet, KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com. If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. It is the noon hour here in Chicago and back home in Lincoln as well. Central Time is Central Time. We're going to play the full Matt Rule podium for you here in just a moment. But first, we want to give a big shout out to a couple sponsors, including Gary Michaels Clothiers. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July, which is the rest of today and tomorrow. Hurry in to check out their entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free Woven USA themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848 or go to GaryMichaels.com. Also, big thank you to Warhorse Casino. Download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. Let's hear from Matt Rule. Full podium in its entirety. We'll be back to react here in about 10-15 minutes.
We have three tremendous players with us today. And when I think about the University of Nebraska, the great history, I think about all the great players that came from all across the country to a storied program. It's kind of cool to think about the three guys that are with us today. We have Justin Evans from New Jersey. We have Luke Lindenmeyer from right there in Nebraska. We have Andrew Marshall from California. Kind of like this conference, stretching across the entire country, touching homes, touching people all across this great nation of ours. And to me, they are what college football is about. They're what the University of Nebraska is about. Two of those guys, Justin and Luke, they were there before I got there. They're going into their fifth year. Luke is, to me, the definition of grit. A walk-on who will be an All-American candidate this year, one of the best tight ends in the country, should win the Burlsworth Award, married, a spiritual leader on our team, and a great player. Justin Evans, I think PFF came out, he's the number one ranked center in the country, has come to Nebraska and just fought and bled. And they kind of exemplify what we've tried to do. Just get better day by day. They won 5 regular season games. Our first year, they won 6. The second year, they won 7 last year. And we're really proud of them and proud of their willingness to stay, because to them, being a Husker is more important than anything. And then Andrew's kind of an example of all of us adapting to the new world. Went to Idaho, battled, became a great player, had a chance to go in the portal, could go anywhere in the country. He chose to come to Nebraska because he loves football. We have the best facilities. We have the best fan base. And we have some of the best players in the country. So I'm grateful to have them here. It was a hard decision who to bring. But this is a special group to me, and I can't wait to take the field with them this fall. And just like them, that's kind of what our team is. I stood up here a few years ago and said, before we can talk about doing great things, man, we've got to earn back the respect. And these guys, they've kind of erased the narratives. Nebraska can't win a close game. They've erased that. Nebraska, there's a bowl drought. They've erased that. They went to back-to-back bowl games last year. But we know that's not enough. We didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-6. We came to compete for this. And being here today with teams who've won the national championship, it's inspiring. It speaks to this conference. It speaks to the people that run it, the coaches and the players that are in it. And we understand that we have to take a step this year. We're excited to do that. But I hope you can hear in my voice, I believe we will, because of the young men in our program and what they've done. Thank you.
We'll open the floor for questions for Coach Rule. We coach on the podium on the right side in the back.
Coach Jake Bartecki, News Channel Nebraska. Good to see you again. Since you guys have taken the field, the end of the season, great seasons for obviously men's basketball, baseball, volleyball was outstanding again. What do you guys need to do internally or on the field or both to kind of find that same level of success?
Well, I think that success, that Fred has had, that Amy's had, that Rhonda's had, that so many of our sports have had, it's just what Nebraska's about. We, like I said earlier, we have the best facilities in college sports. A commitment to nutrition unlike any other, a commitment to the strength program that goes back to Coach Epley, but all the way through now. And so you're seeing the things that Troy's implemented since he's been the athletic director start to take fruit on the field. And I look at Fred with tremendous respect, inspiration. Before he went to the Sweet 16 last year, it wasn't the year he wanted, and it didn't end the way he wanted it to do. But Fred just kept coming to work, and his players kept working. And so for us, we have to be better in November. We've gotten off to good starts, but champions are made in those winning moments in the cold, on the road, late in the season. Those are championship moments. And for us, we have to excel in those. So it's me, it's our staff. I love our coaches, and it's our players. And, you have to have players that want to be in those moments, that want, they want the hat on their head when it matters. And I think we have those guys. And, some people can snap their fingers and it happens overnight. We're builders. We've had to build, and we love doing it. And that's why I talk about these guys. Like, it's not me who's the builder. It's Luke. It's Justin Evans. It's Cam Lenhart. It's all these guys on our team that have weathered the storm, stayed here throughout, and we understand the expectation. That's why we came to Nebraska.
Coach, on your left side here, fourth row.
Steve McGarvey, Associated Press. Just remember the Tennessee series getting canceled. I don't think you're playing a Power 4 team out of conference the next couple of years. There's been talk about whether the Big Ten should require teams to schedule at least one Power 4 team out of conference. Just what's your opinion on that?
And we have Arizona on the schedule. I'm not sure if that's maybe 28 or 29. We have Oklahoma, which is a very important series, obviously, to Nebraska. I think that's a question for Tony, and I think a lot of that. I mean, to me, Commissioner Petitti has led with vision. And anytime you lead with vision and you do things that are bold, everyone's going to take aim at it. But I think if we go into a 2014 playoff, then it makes total sense. To me, it's never been about what the requirement is. Is the requirement the same for everybody else? Like in the NFL, like one team doesn't play more games than the other. So like we're in conferences now, like, one maybe plays 9 conference games, one plays 8, one requires. I think we should all just make it the same. I think when things are transparent and when they're equal, the best way to settle these things is on the field. And so I look forward to the day that, all the conferences, we have great conferences. I don't think this is about this conference is better than that one. All these conferences are committed to playing football at the highest levels. And I think one of the narratives that's out there right now, it's really perpetuated by coaches, is that college football is broken. Like college football is as great as it's ever been. And maybe there's things that some of us don't like, but like I think viewership last year was like near an all-time high or an all-time high. Teams that have never been in the mix for national championships now in this new model are in the mix. Like there's more access than ever. Like football is as great as it's ever been. And, we just have to make it better. And so I would be happy to play anybody just as long as the other teams that are competing for the same trophy are doing the same thing.
Coach, on your right side, first row.
Good morning, Coach. Erie Martin, University of Illinois, Big Ten Student U. You had Raiola leave in the portal, but you also land a quarterback out of the portal. And you also have Trey Taylor coming in next year. Did Raiola's entrance into the transfer portal catch you by surprise? And can you speak to your quarterback room now in this future?
I think our quarterback room is, I don't know how many teams in the country can say they have 3 guys in their quarterback room who started a FBS game last year. Danny Kalen was a kid that I got to Nebraska. I immediately offered. He came in, transferred to Virginia. I think he had played in, 1 or 2 starts last year, played really well, comes back home. Like Danny's a true Husker and he wants to be at Nebraska. TJ Lateef is an unbelievable quarterback. Came in as a true freshman, went on the road, beat UCLA, went out to Iowa, pulled his hamstring, couldn't even run, and was out there just playing, giving everything he has. And I see him now. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's going to be a force. And then Anthony, we late in the process in recruiting, things happen in the portal. And you asked me a question about surprises. Nothing surprises me. I wake up every day and I say, what's going to happen today? Just embrace it. But, we lost a quarterback we thought we were going to get. We said, who's available? There were 3 great quarterbacks out there. We said, hey, let's bring them all in on the same day. Man, we got to move. And I learned from a great coach, Steve Adazio, a guy that I love and respect. And he was at Florida, and he always said, talked about Tebow, like, I don't care about, anything else about a quarterback other than if they have it. And like, you can't tell people what it is, but you can feel it. And I said, guys, we'll know within the first 5 minutes of meeting these guys who our quarterback is. And I remember Anthony got out of the car, watching him shake everybody's hands and the way he carried himself and the way he did things. And I was like, that's our guy. And he's a great yin to my yang. I'm old school, be tough, incrementalist, get better day by day. And he's got some swagger and some juice that is great to offset me. And I think I can't wait to watch him play. But I think any of those 3 guys can start at quarterback for us and can win for us. And so I'm really excited about that room.
Coach, on your left side, third row.
Coach Lynn Harrington, Stay Alive, Par 5. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
All right. Good to see you again. So to follow up on what you talked about, finishing stronger down the being 2-10 in November games as Nebraska's head coach, what kind of changes have you made for your team to prepare for that Big Ten gauntlet down the stretch?
Yeah, I think sometimes like we always think of like, hey, we got to, we have to change something. Like to me, like you win in November by being the better football team, and so, like 2 years ago, we beat Wisconsin for the first time in 12 years in November, like to be bowl eligible. And on that day, we were just the better football team. So to me, like, we look at everything, right? Like the sports science guys come in, the strength coaches come in, everyone now has Claude, so they all have 1,000 theories, and which is great. So it's like, we're looking at all this data, like how can we do things better? But at the end of the day, like the game still comes down to like who blocks, who tackles. And like, I believe that players win games. And I think, I think we're third in the Big Ten in terms of experience. Last year, we were one of the youngest teams in the Big Ten. Pat Stewart, our GM, Keith Williams, our director of personnel, they've done an amazing job of retaining our players. Our guys, they could have gone other places, but they wanted to stay. And we brought a bunch of guys in. And so, we'll win in November with our guys up front. We'll win with a great offensive line. We'll win with quarterbacks who make plays, receivers who go take that ball. Like, we'll win with Ja'Cory Barney returning a punt for a touchdown. And so I don't think it's necessarily something different. It's just doing what we do better than we did it before. And I go back to Luke and Justin. They're great examples. Like they were out there as 19-year-old kids starting for me. Well, now they're 22-year-old men. And they have to go exert their will. And we will do everything we can to help them along the way.
There you have it. That is the full podium from Nebraska head coach Matt Rhule. Welcome back live to the Hilton Chicago. Thanks again to our guys in the back, making sure we could bring that to you. So Harrison, Bach, Rudy, Tristan, Wyman, Peyton, the whole team back there. Hoping didn't miss anyone, but thank you all for keeping us on and keeping us running here throughout the course of things. So yeah, we gave you some of our initial thoughts from what Matt Rhule said. Let's go ahead and dive into the quarterback. One of the last things Matt Rhule talked about there, he was asked about the room in general, but we'll start with the transfer guy in Anthony Colandrea. What stood out to me, Matt Rhule said Anthony Colandrea had this presence, right? Matt Rhule said that we'll know who our starting quarterback is, within 5 minutes of meeting him. Yep. They brought the three guys in on the same day. The presence that Colandrea had, the way he shook everyone's hand, and Matt Rhule described Colandrea as he's the yin to my yang, which we talk about, fit and how that works in the culture. I think the alignment seems to be there, but the personality types might be a little bit different. That's okay for Colandrea and Rhule to balance each other out, and for Colandrea to vibe, if you will, with his offensive coordinator now in Dana Holgorsen. It's been a heck of a journey for Nebraska to figure out who it wanted to bring in the transfer portal, landing on Anthony Colandrea. I thought that was some interesting insight from Matt Rhule we haven't heard on that whole process before.
Obviously mentioning, without saying the name, Kenny Minshew was the quarterback they wanted, but I go back to what Holgorsen said in the spring. He said that he thinks Colandrea is a perfect fit for this offense. And like you said, Austin, he did mention 4 quarterbacks came in. This was the guy Colandrea stood out the most, and that was the most obvious guy. I mean, that gets you excited. And I don't know if we could say through spring football that we saw incredible play, but again, it's spring football. It's practice, and the scrimmage is not the best version of football you're going to see in the fall. But I think that his ability to run and, again, the anger from the Raiola era was the fact he just couldn't escape sacks. You should never have a game with 9 sacks or several games with 7 sacks against you.
That's a buzzword.
Yes, the O-line was not perfect, but that is a lot of, when it gets that often, the quarterback has to be at fault. And I'm not saying Colandrea will have no sacks against him. He will certainly take sacks, but it's that escapability factor, extending plays that Raiola really struggled to do. That's just going to help, I think, Holgorsen help this offense take off with Colandrea.
DP, that presence, how does that manifest in off-the-field ways and then translate into on-field success?
Okay, so where I land with scrambling, there's mobility, there's activity, then there's purpose. And if you tell me that you are practicing for pressure, that's different than you reacting to pressure. Reacting to pressure means you're not in control. Chaos is officially in the room.
Okay.
How you pass pro eliminates chaos. That's the whole purpose behind it, is to have, as Washington talked about, both their quarterback and center talked about, it's a combination of the two of us knowing what we see, seeing the same thing, knowing what we see, and communicating that to everybody else. That's how you listen, Nebraska has had in recent years, it's had scrambling mobile quarterbacks. And
Yep,
often,
you're right.
Often we said that's not the stuff. Wait a minute, that wasn't ideal. So then what did you do? You went and got a pocket quarterback, and you said that's not ideal. So at some point you have to land on identity, which is the constant. And if the culture is to always scramble, and the culture is to always have chaos, guess what happens?
Chaos.
Yep. Chaos. So tell me, yes, you went and got offensive linemen. Did you go get meat grinders? Are these Brahma bulls where they're just going to stop folks? Is this a pipeline? Are these Russian bears that can dance and throw hands? What are we talking about? We still don't know, and nor should we.
Is Anthony Calandria more important for what he can mean to Nebraska for the 2026 season, or for what he can mean for Nebraska moving forward?
No, there's nothing. Listen, you can miss me with 2027.
But I'm saying, can he be the start of something? You know, can he be that identity?
We don't know.
So which is more important?
We don't know. What I need here's what I need from Calandria. I need for him to lead this team to victory over Ohio by doing whatever Dana and company project as the ideal Nebraska offense, to build the identity of Nebraska's offense. Again, are we saying that he needs to manage ground game, rushing game, like the running game? Is he going to be a part of it? Are we running zone read? What are we doing? Right?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Is he the 11th offensive player and a legitimate threat as a skill position guy with his feet? Are we doing that? Are we putting that in the plan? Is that going in the soup? Matter of fact, is that the soup? Right? Because we don't know. Listen, if you tell me that ideally Calandria doesn't get sacked and that he rushes for 50 yards, is the 50 yards because he's running from pressure, or is it because we have you've established the traditional running game? Can we play Big Ten, big boy running game football? Then can we, you know what, every now and then when they cheat and bring an extra defender in the box, can he pull it and get some work, move the chains, and get back in the huddle and do it consistently and not get beat up, right? Because we don't want the Adrian Martinez repeat. We don't want him to get beat up. Okay, cool. Then,
or the Casey Thompson repeat, or the Heinrich Harburg repeat, or the
Well,
Joe Purdy repeat.
right? We've seen that. Like we know the movie, like we know the script and everything else. Then it becomes, can you get him outside, right? So running game holds defenders. Then can I give the second option, which is use my feet for positive yardage, safe positive yardage, and then can I throw on the move from outside, from in the pocket and outside the pocket? Throwing from inside the pocket requires clean windows. He's not the tallest quarterback, right? So the windows have to be clean, right? There are a lot of big paw sizes by defensive linemen in the Big Ten who get into that window and make it hard to throw. Okay, clean windows, and then outside the window, outside the house, in the front yard, and in the backyard, can he get to work? Can he still get work done? Are the receivers going to be receiving that? Are you going to get the ball out of his hand quickly to his tight ends? You're going to get it even quicker to running backs in the backfield? Do we have running backs who can catch out the backfield? Right? Are your tight ends going to be pass receiving threats? Because the return numbers and the evidence, not what we think, right? And then which receivers? Who's going to be the deep threat, right? Who stretches the field? Who becomes the possession receiver? Who's clutch? Who puts points on the board? We have a lot of questions. Remember, I keep saying that the more questions you have, that's the state of the union. I hope that the running game is spectacular. Spectacular.
Hope.
I think that you go back to, before we get to break, with Calandria, I mean, there's obviously a lot of optimism from the fans about what he can do. But the pessimism is, okay, and this is not taking a shot at the Mountain West. He was the Mountain West Player of the Year, of course, last year, but he did, prior to that, have issues at Virginia with turnovers and just overall efficiency. Did Dan Mullen and company coach that out of him last year? And did he become a better quarterback, or was he a better quarterback because the competition level wasn't as strong in the Mountain West? That's the question with them. All these things about running and scrambling, in the run game, are all very valid. It's huge to see what this offense looks like because of what he can do with his legs. Is it, like you said, is it designed runs, or is it just avoiding pressure and avoiding the chaos by providing chaos? We don't know that yet, but the fear from the fans or maybe anybody close to the program mouse possibly is that was his good year last year simply because the competition was a little bit easier than it was at Virginia, or was it just truly growth and finally the right coaching got to him? And if that's the case, can Holgorsen make that even better and advance that further this year?
It's going to be fascinating to watch the narrative arc of the season, because I think a lot of attention is going to be paid to Anthony Calandria early on as the bright, shiny object, and as the guy that opponents will want to shut down, because you don't know about the running backs, because receivers have been up and down for Nebraska. And again, that's a very context-dependent position. But I think it's Anthony Calandria's job to take some attention off himself by making the other guys look good. Get the ball on time, on target. Make the defense divert its attention to these other playmakers. So then by the time you get into, conference play, let's say, middle part of that, oh, crap, Calandria just gave us what Jay Foreman say, the dagger in the heart kind of runs, right? He picked up 6 yards on 3rd and 4 in a scramble because, oh, shoot, the linebacker was looking at the running back, or because the wide receiver drove a defensive back further downfield to give just enough space for him to adapt. And then when you get to November, Illinois, Rutgers, Iowa say, oh, man, Calandria's been beating these teams up. We got to really focus on him. That's when the moment's going to call for, hey, let's get everyone else involved as well. And that's where, as an upperclassman, a guy that's seen, 3 full years of college football, having a sense of the moment, understanding what's required and what's called for at each time, not being Superman when he has to be Clark Kent, being able to be Superman when more than Clark Kent is required.
Well, I would ask this I'm not sure what any of us could have heard today that was going to answer.
Sure.
To fully answer, like we don't know what we don't know. We've never seen this Nebraska offense with Calandria under center. We've never seen this Nebraska offense with whoever's going to start across the front five. We don't know. We've never seen. We don't know who the starting runner or the featured runner is going to be. We don't know what the depth chart is going to look like on opening day. So we don't know. Are we using a downhill runner? What are we doing? Speed guy, flexibility, what are we doing? Are we throwing the backs out of the backfield? Are we throwing the tight ends up the seam? Are we throwing them in the flats? What are we doing? Are we running quarterback or running wide receiver screens, because that's the thing that Calandria did at UNLV at a high level? Can you get to the deep outer third? Because that's a throw that Calandria likes to make.
Sure.
But then do we have receivers that can get the win at the line of scrimmage and do those things? A lot of it is, this is why you go to camp. This is why you go to workouts. This is why you see the thing. And I understand the question people have, but quite frankly, we're just getting to the point where we're introducing today. The Big Ten media, it's to introduce the football season with some of the storytellers and some of the characters. Calandria's not here. We didn't get to hear from him. So we don't know. Did we talk to a running back today?
Did not.
No.
All right.
Nope.
Receiver?
No.
We got tight end, but we don't have a wide receiver. We know what we know, and then we get into what we think we know. I like the fact that, he identified that as a part of the culture, players who have earned the right over long careers, long journeys, winding roads, that they're now starters and prominent members of the football program. That's what I got from it was, we'll figure out a way, because these 3 guys probably shouldn't have been here. That probably wasn't the initial plan. So, yeah, you're older, more mature than you were. You have people who went to the bowl game. They saw Utah. Oh, boy, right? They saw Iowa. They know Iowa. Mm-hmm. You get to do it again. You get to start over. Mm-hmm. The record from last year doesn't count. Stats from last year don't count. Mm-hmm. It doesn't count.
What does count is the support from our great sponsors, helping get us out here and keep us out here at Media Days. Big thanks to Sandhills Global, growing right here in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. You can visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. DP, Jake Austin with you here for a little while longer in Chicago. We'll go to break. More reaction to Matt Rule's podium session at Big Ten Media Days after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org. Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting lincolnteammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left at once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
All right, welcome back in to the Hilton Chicago. Austin Norman, Jake Sorensen, DP, Griff along with you as well. More from the Matt Rule press conference to get to, plenty more to get to. The quote that I think we can hit next, gentlemen, is Matt Rule's quote. Some people can snap their fingers and it happens overnight, but we're builders, and that's not me. Luke Lindenmeyer is the builder. He mentioned Cam Lenhart is a guy that's in, his fourth year? This is fifth year. I think it's his fourth year.
Fourth year.
True senior. Funny we have to say that now. And we can tie this into Matt Rule talking about the year-over-year improvement. These guys were here. They won 5 games their first year with me. Then it was 6 wins, and now it's 7 wins. What's the line between trusting the process, staying on the road, and also finding ways to accelerate the process? Where it's okay to win, more than 1 extra game a year, where you can, take a step from not just a walk-on to a role guy, from a walk-on to a starter, or not just from a starter to a good player, but a starter to an all-conference caliber of player. Is there a line there? What's the conversation?
Well, I think right now, if I'm wrong, correct me, but it's hard to be the builder he speaks of because continuity does not exist in college football. When you are building a program, you're getting guys from freshman year to senior. You mentioned Cam Lenhart is one guy that's done that, but that's uncommon. And so when he says, I don't snap my fingers and correct it overnight, that's not how I operate. Well, I think you have to learn to adapt to the way that things are right now. I mean, if you also, as Nebraska's done, are heavy in the portal, which they have been. Now they have a great class coming in for next year for high school. That's one thing, but they have not had great continuity, and no team really has in college football. They all lose a bunch of guys every year. So I don't know how you can be a so-called builder. Like he's saying, a long process nowadays when I guess patience is limited.
Was that a shot at Indiana? Was that a
how can you take a shot at Indiana? Why would
not sorry. You know what I'm trying to say.
At the national champion, leave them boys alone.
Maybe shot's the wrong word, but was that is that hearkening to Indiana? That was a snap the fingers thing, as Matt Rule would say. What does he mean by that comment? Is that an excuse? Is that a reason? What is he trying to say? He says, we're not snapping the finger, we're builders.
I avoid speaking for coaches that have a microphone to speak for themselves. And in what he said, I think he meant what he said. Like, take it as is. The reality is this, that us sitting where we sit have the ability to ask the next question. And we can. But if it's that important, because here's what I will say, that's hopefully at some point today he sits at this table. When you ask him that question, what would you expect him to respond? You think he would want to dive into that, or you think he would just speak around it?
He'd talk around it. But I said what I said. It wasn't directed at anybody.
No, right. See, this is the thing. I allow people to be who they are, and as a coach. He is in a pool of sharks, people that want information, maybe don't have good intention with the information, also really want to watch him stub his toe, quite frankly. And in this particular space, where he's one of 6 coaches, we sit here, we saw the line of people who got up and got food while he was talking. Like, we got people, like, they had to pause when they asked, did anybody got questions for him? And then it became the pool of Nebraska journalists who asked questions, not the national folks or the folks from other markets. So it is, you identify each year, you start over again. Last year, different vibe around him, right? This year, he has the opportunity, and as Jay likes to say, we have the opportunity. Each one's an opportunity. He has the opportunity to shut up a lot of people this year. He has the opportunity to become the king of a blue blood fan base that really wants him to be king. They want him to excel. They want them to have the kind of year basketball had and volleyball had and softball and baseball, wrestling, all those things. You want that for him. But he also knows until he's done it, all of it's just talk. And he doesn't, I think he's reaching a point where he's done talking. he wants to throw hands. He wants this team to come out. Listen, guys, get to work.
Yep.
We have to win. We should win games. We have to win games. And then finally, we will win games. Like, just not trying to, not efforting. We don't want to be winners. We better be winners. And then to finally, where the evidence says we are winners.
I can't speak to what Matt Rule thinks about the fan base or media here. I mean, I know he has his own thoughts, but here's what I can say is that if he believes that everyone's against him and doesn't like him, it's simply not true. This fan base is sick of the circus. It's sick of the cycle of crap and mediocrity, and worse than mediocrity. We want him to be the guy. He has an extension, and we want that to not be a joke. We want it to work out where, listen, they made the call. They had a bad November, but just trust us. We're going to figure this out. We want him to have 9 wins this year and show the actual progress we are begging for. So the fan base is not anti-Matt Rule.
No.
They want him to win and want this to work out, and hopefully he's here for a long time. Because the more you root for chaos, the more chaos you're going to get. And it's never going to be anything beyond just 3 years, 4 years here and on to a new coach. And that's just not healthy for anybody. It's not healthy for the fan base. Like, I just hope he understands that the fan base is not against him. They are just tired of being patient and want to see something that
they don't have to
warrants
qualify.
them to celebrate and believe again, which they're lacking right now. And I can't blame them for that.
Well, that they don't have to qualify. They don't have to put in context, because adding an extra win a year is progress. That's better than it's been. He is correct about that.
Better than was it better than the previous year? Which season finished better? Of the last two, which one finished better?
They had more regular season wins last year, but they lost the
But
bowl
they won
game.
the bowl game 2 years
What
ago.
what was the preference? As a fan, what was the preference?
Which leaves a better taste in your mouth?
What's the better? I mean, again, if we're going to judge the man and judge the work, let's judge the work first. So the work says 2 years ago you won 6 games, went to a bowl game, won the big game, all warm and fuzzy in the postseason. The next year you win one more regular season game, but it doesn't end well. As a fan, now as a coach, that's a whole set of conversations that he has to answer for himself and his squad. As fans, which one makes you feel better about the season or not?
More wins for me. I'm not pressed about the bowl game, especially if it ain't a bowl that anybody talking about. You can go to the Cheez-Its Bowl and all those bowls, but I want the wins.
But Nebraska wasn't going to those bowls. They weren't going to the Meatball Bowl. They weren't going anywhere. They weren't going to the Charmin Tissue Bowl. They weren't going anywhere. They finally got to the bowls.
So are y'all's fans mad though? Like, are they still? The place is selling out.
I
the
know.
place is selling out.
It's a crazy place, Griff, because Nebraska fans have been going to games forever since the 60s. They sell at the stadium.
Okay.
And at some point, the people ask the outsiders, at what point will apathy kick in with the tickets? And we've seen that a little bit. I mean, we're seeing crazy low ticket prices for these Ohio games and Bowling Green, and they have a concert for North Dakota trying to get people in the stadium. So there is apathy to a certain extent, and it's just not a great,
See, that's this is where I get. Every ticket is sold this year. Likely.
No, I mean they'll have the sellout. They'll find a way to get the sellout streak. Continue.
They'll find a way.
They'll find a way.
Yeah. They'll find a
Whether
way.
it's legitimate, no, it's not. Like it's not going to be sold out like
Right.
attendance wise,
Back to
but
the brand.
yes.
Here's the thing about being again, Big Ten Media Day. Everybody here has the same record. Everybody here has the same. The only people that have a different credential are those folks from Indiana, because they did the thing that nobody else in the conference could do. They won the Big Ten championship game, and then they won the national title. Nobody else can say that. Everybody else is back at 0-0, really, with every opportunity. Because remember, last year at the Big Ten Media, we could not guess that Indiana was going to be undefeated and national champion. We couldn't. We didn't have. There was no evidence to say that it was ever going to happen or could happen. So we can get caught up in what we believe to be true.
Predictions.
But the reality is, I get excited by the possibility, as Jay Foreman says, the opportunity. the opportunity for Nebraska to be as good as anybody in the Big Ten. They have that opportunity. Do they have the talent? I don't know.
Let's see.
Do the coaches have are they putting in the work? I don't know. We don't know. What he just told us was he has a plan. Oh, do I believe him? Yes, I believe he has a plan. We talk to the players, and the players tell you we've worked hard, we love each other, we want to be there for the fans. Do we believe that? We believe that. Then it becomes, okay, then what? Then I need evidence. Now get to work. You got practice next week, bro. I hope you out back doing push-ups, staring at Ohio, looking at them with a grin, with a frown on your face.
But are the Nebraska fans like the Raider fans, where every year we're gonna say we're going to the Super Bowl, we're going to the Super Bowl, and then we get our heart, then we hate football by Halloween? And you know what it's like being a Raider fan, man? It's like being in love with a girl who got an STD and she don't love you back. She be mad that you keep calling her. Who is this on the phone? That's you.
I don't think here's where
you ain't like that analogy.
I get it. I never thought about it like that, Grip. That's
we have to remember where we are.
My bad.
Two, who we're talking to. But in the full, that if we said Nebraska football and what we want it to be, what do we want it to be? Austin, what do we want it to be?
I think you want the program to be a source of pride. However they get there, whatever it looks like, just be
and
a
then
source of pride.
What would make you feel? Because I'll ask you and then Jake. What makes you feel prideful?
I mean, more than anything, winning games, right? Bragging rights give you pride. You know, beating your neighbors, beating guys down the block.
What would define the season as a success?
Okay, how about 8-9 wins? How about winning at least one game that you're not supposed to win?
I like that.
They haven't beat a team in 11 years they're not supposed to beat. And that's just shameful.
Well, but first of all, you should beat everybody.
Right.
As some coaches here have said, the field doesn't change sizes.
Yep.
The rules don't change. Every opportunity you have the same and or more resources than everybody you play. Every single you play in front of the best crowd, right? You love the building. You play with the greatest tradition, right? So exactly what's required. Like saying that you should beat Iowa that's the standard? No, you should beat everybody. Listen, the fans pay full price for you to beat everybody. I'm not buying season tickets for you to beat some people. I'm not showing up like I'm not wearing the colors. I'm not. No. If you're Matt Rule and you're one of the top paid coaches in the country, and every player that you brought in, you have a conference MVP coming in at quarterback. He was the best player in the conference. He didn't get to control what conference he played in. He did get control of the result, and the evidence says he was the best player. Bet. You made that statement. You brought in free agents from other places, transfers from other places who chose to be Huskers. Okay, so who is it exactly that you're not supposed to be? Iowa? You mean I'm supposed to flex? I'm supposed to blink at Iowa? No, bro.
Roll over for Indiana?
Are you mad, Indiana? I just met you. I just met you, Indiana. I just met you. You were never relevant before. Now, they're more relevant than Nebraska. But does that mean that you need to concede that Nebraska can't beat Indiana? What version of Marty McFly and Back to the Future do we need to get to go back and tell him, hey, Murr, you better fix something. Otherwise, Indiana's going to beat you in 2025.
But DP, as a coach, do you look at your schedule and say, okay, hey, man, this team week 7 is good. Oh, I remember this guy. Like, what is a coach's mindset going into? He looks at the schedule, or is the schedule last? Is he like, let's focus on getting in shape. Let's focus on getting our head in the game. And then we'll go to week 1, week 2. But do you say, oh, week 9, tough game. Week 5, that's going to be tough. What's the mindset of a real coach?
So I'll tell you what, real coach is going on the stage right now, and Kurt Signetti from Indiana. That's a real coach right there. That's a national champion coach, my friends. Look at him.
Let's go to break so Jay can fangirl, so you can hop up on rush the stage and get your picture that we talked about. We'll be back.
He's gonna rush the stage.
We'll do some text stuff, right? Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line is always open for y'all, 402-464-5685. We'll get a picture of Jake with Coach Signetti.
Yeah, you wish.
Don't hold us to it, but we'll try, and we'll hit the Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line to wrap up the noon hour.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook, their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right, wrapping up the noon hour here, 93.7 The Ticket, ticketfm.com. Austin Norman, DP, with you here for this one. We'll hit the Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line here. Bill and Bennett says, amen, DP, just win them all. Virginia Pirate says, in terms of pride, ultimately, I suppose it's about wins, but for me, just saying progress doesn't do much for me. The question I would have, are you legitimately pushing to be competitive in the national picture? As of today, I don't think that about Nebraska. If it did happen this year, it would be a surprise to me.
Well, Coach Rule said they're here to win those trophies up on the stage. And those are national championship trophies. They're here to contend for the national title. There are steps to it. We all accept that. We all understand it. But he said, we want to be at the top of the Big Ten, and we want to be a national contender. There are steps. Indiana did it their way. That's the end of the Indiana story. It's not the Nebraska story. Oregon. You think Oregon's not efforting? Or you think Oregon's going to be outworked, outfunded, out-resourced? Do you think that Illinois and Bielema are accepting being second tier in the Big Ten? No. Do you think that Washington, who played in the national championship game, you think they're not efforting? You think they're not using more resources? All of it. USC, you think Lincoln Riley is just simply going to accept that he's not the story and not going to be the story?
Probably not.
No. You listen, PJ Fleck thinks that he's on the cusp again. Right?
Well, last year it was we were 3 plays away from the playoffs.
3 plays away. So here's my thing. Everybody, he said what he said, and everybody who's taken that podium pretty much have said the same thing. It's not different. If you haven't been listening, that's okay, that's on you. But what everybody here has said, and Kurt Signetti is on the stage making the same statement, that we are Indiana football. There's a new standard. It doesn't lower because the year happened or because there's a new shiny trophy. The standard is the standard, and they are closer when you're there. Ohio State, Michigan, Indiana are closer to national championship status, et cetera, than everybody else. But if you said that who's closest to winning it this year, now that's a conversation, because I'm not sure that from talent to talent, position to position, coaching staff, scheme for scheme, and then schedule, and the schedule matters. Hey, Penn State got a schedule that makes all the sense in the world. Like, wait a minute. That's a schedule we can look at. Like, that's a schedule that says if you're not facing Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon, oh my goodness, you got a chance.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing. Today, everybody's 0-0. Everybody has the opportunity. Players are uninjured. The schemes all work on the whiteboard, right? The practice plans are all in play. The meals are all wonderful and exceptional. Now, evidence starts to take place. It starts to take root. And now is when we'll figure out what we're going to get.
Brian says, I really liked Coach Rule's time at the podium, short, sweet, to the point, and kept off the radar just like the offseason. No real pomp and circumstance, which is what Nebraska needs right now. And Mailman says, DP, you're getting me hyped for this season. How about you get in front of the team and get them ready to go?
They don't want me in front of the team. Listen, I can tell you, I'm really good in front of a room, but they have people. I mean, Ron Brown's pretty exceptional by getting in front of the room. It's a pretty good guy to be in the room. Matt Rule's a pretty good guy in the room. We saw him in the front of this room. Pretty good stuff, right? Pretty good stuff. I find it intriguing to give them the chance, right? It costs me nothing to give them hope that they get it right. It costs me nothing to go, I believe. It costs me nothing.
Jake, thank you for not jumping on stage. Good job.
I handled myself. He had one of the best quotes of the day, though. Can I repeat it to you guys or not?
Is it fit for air?
What's that?
Is it fit for air?
Oh, yeah, it's
Okay.
fine. He said, I've been on vacation long enough. I'm sick of my wife bossing me around. I'm ready to start bossing people around. Kurt Signetti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's.
He said also he said at one point in the advance, he said, all we do is win.
He's not wrong.
27-2 would say, yes, you do.
He's not wrong.
That is the evidence that Indiana has provided. Let's go ahead and go to break. We'll have the 1 o'clock hour coming your way next from the Hilton Chicago. Big thanks to Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate, for getting us out here, keeping us out here. We'll be back with another hour from Chicago soon.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait. Apply now.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, this 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in to Chicago. Austin, Jake, and GP with you here. And you can be a part of the conversation as always. 402-464-5685 on our starter, Heyman Jewelers text line. Just got done hearing from Curt Cignetti, and that means all 18 coaches have officially taken their 15 minutes at the podium and are done speaking. Let's talk a little bit of Indiana, just kind of in a big picture sense. I think on the one hand, there's a conversation of if Indiana can do it, if little old Indiana can do it, lack of history, resource, tradition, if they can do it, anyone can do it. Is that fair, though, to Curt Cignetti and what he built? You know, is it fair to say anyone can do it? Or is that selling Indiana and the job that Cignetti and his staff did short?
Probably a little bit selling them short, but again, the Indiana story is a story of hope. Like, it shouldn't be seen as a negative at Indiana that, hey, if they can do it, then why can't Maryland? Why can't Rutgers? Why can't Purdue? Like, I don't know if it has to be a negative connotation to what he did an unbelievable job, and he's 27-2. The record speaks for itself. But no, I think Cignetti would tell you that should hopefully give other teams hope and belief that we don't have to just be in the doldrums forever. We don't have to be little old this school forever. Like, we can rise above it, and I think that's why maybe you see at UCLA some fans are believing that Bob Chesney can be that guy for them.
And I'm looking at one.
I do like Bob Chesney. I'm a fan. And we talked yesterday about with me and DP talked that that's James Madison. If he works out, there's back-to-back guys from JMU that have had success. And by the way, they were a playoff team last year. JMU got beat by Oregon, but
see that you literally just nailed it. If you are telling me that the greatest expectation we can put on Nebraska is to be like James Madison, and that being like James Madison is too much for Nebraska, is that what those words should never ever leave the mouth of a Husker fan or a Husker football player or a coach. To tell me that when somebody shows you the way, you now have evidence. Not only Indiana's the apex of the evidence. James Madison is live, living evidence that, oh my goodness gracious, if you do some things basically well, you have a chance. James Madison should not be the North Star, but it absolutely is. It is.
It's a strange North Star compared.
We can't
to
get people,
maybe 5 years ago, but wow,
we can't get people to Lincoln, Nebraska, but you can get people to Harrisonburg, Virginia.
I would guess that you're the only one of the three of us that have been to Harrisonburg, so maybe it's nicer than we give it credit for.
It is nicer than you think, but it is equal to, no offense, Kearney, but Kearney. Harrisonburg's it's full. Like, it's a wonderful college town. It's a great Virginia college town. But the idea that Lincoln, Nebraska, and the mighty, mighty Cornhuskers of Nebraska think that it's not possible to win football games, big-time football games, at the level of James Madison. Now, mind you, different schedule. Like, I get, quality of schedule and those sort of things, but okay. But are you telling me that Bloomington, Indiana is easier to get to than Lincoln, Nebraska?
Do you not believe so?
No.
Similar climate, similar,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a way.
At a basketball school, not that that matters as much anymore. But
Hey, listen, Duke was in the conversation last year too.
Yeah.
And there are people, I was telling Griff, there are people who've gone and supported Duke athletics for 40 years, and they just found out where the football stadium is.
Didn't Duke win the ACC last year?
Yeah, Duke beat Virginia in the ACC.
Won the ACC.
Again, if you tell me, listen, man, listen, you tell me that you can't tell me there's not a way.
I mean, we live in a world right now in 2026 where Indiana's a national champion and Duke won the ACC.
Get over
He's
here.
Got his credit. He has his credit. Did you get in trouble? You got in trouble.
Get over here. Get over here.
Here comes Sip.
Get over here. Because, look, Stephen R. gets invited to corners of the space that we don't get invited into. So we have to go to the guy who has the code, right? So whatever code there is, whatever group chat that Stephen R. is in.
Stephen M.
Whatever group.
Stephen R. You got the wrong middle initial.
What is it? Rouse?
No. Stephen
Rouse.
No. He's
Rondell.
He's ready. He's ready. He's ready. Simple all the time. Whenever the bat phone at the University of Nebraska rings, they ring R for ready. The red ready Steven Sipple shows up. If you say his name, he's what's the movie he said? You say his name 3 times, like Beetlejuice. You say Sipple 3 times, and he shows up.
You should be on the radio. You have the gift of gab.
It's a thing, man. So what do we?
You have a gift. DP.
What are we? The gift that keeps giving. What are we? What are you talking about? Hey, watch this now. Simple. What are we hearing behind the scenes from Nebraska football?
That's an open-ended question.
Right.
Sir, I need you to be more specific.
What are you hearing that wasn't said at the podium?
Oh, God. Nothing. I mean, really, seriously, nothing much today. Because there's not much to be said, right?
Amen.
Yeah, there's not much to be
Fall
said.
camp has not begun yet. It's still
right. Thank you. There isn't really much. Now, what I'd say the news of the day, DP, was Mekhi Nelson's cleared, right?
Okay.
Cleared by the institution, seemingly cleared by the head coach. I need some clarification, which we'll get, when Rule's at the podium at 3:30.
Okay.
Which is a ways away, by the way.
That's an hour. Some 2 hours away.
Well,
yeah,
hey, Steve.
Yes.
We're going to need you to record some stuff for us, then, because we're going to be headed to the airport.
3:30, DP. 3:30.
Let me tell you, 2:45 is when that SUV's pulling up.
He's not. He'll answer some critical questions, in 2 hours.
Do you feel the freedom to ask him anything?
Rules that way,
right?
Yeah.
Like that
within reason.
Well,
within reason.
Because here's the thing: as people sit down and fans and listeners have their questions, and they say, "Well, why don't you ask those things?" And you have to remember, situation, location, geography matters. that it's not always that simple
Right.
to ask the question that you want answers to,
Right.
because not all information is for everybody.
Right. Well, there's that. And I think that fans these days want you to be kind of caustic, more than ever. I mean, we've been around a long time. I think that sentiment has.
Look at Jake Sorensen. Look, watch your guy.
Distracted
Go,
behind
Jake,
you.
go, Jake.
I see. Kurt Signetti's right behind you.
He
Yeah, easy
cannot. He
Look at him,
cannot.
right there he goes.
He is trying to control
there goes that
himself.
man.
He is trying.
Why don't you just go over that?
No, I'm right here.
He is trying to control himself right now.
Hey, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
I was thinking about it. Signetti, he is incredibly confident. He has a ton of, I hate the word swagger, but he has 27-2 swagger. He couldn't pull that off if he was 7-5.
Well,
at the podium, what he's Jake, he couldn't pull that off.
But here's the thing.
Talking about his wife.
Because
just
bossing
the
her
whole
around.
aura, the
All
whole
I do
thing.
is win.
Well,
Yeah.
But that's the thing. There's evidence.
There is.
There's evidence.
There is.
Like literally, I can say that we win. Listen. He is who he is, and he's not going to alter that for you.
Right.
And your belief in him isn't altered. He doesn't care what you think.
Right.
Right. And there's a freedom in that sort of piece.
There is.
Right. So
yeah, evidently.
right, and you can hold him accountable if he ever faltered. But
Right. But he doesn't.
he doesn't.
He's 27-2.
Well, he didn't falter anywhere.
Right, but that's the thing. He
Right.
told you, Google me, man. There's evidence.
Yeah.
If you may not want the evidence, and it may not fit the narrative of Big Ten football or college football, the SEC folks hate to believe that a guy from James Madison was a better coach than they were.
I know.
Like, we know everything. How did we miss that?
Yeah.
And then the Big Ten, all the powers to be in the Big Ten swung and missed.
You know what?
And Indiana got him. And everybody had a chance. Every single Big Ten
Yeah.
team had a chance
Every
to
AD.
Everyone failed. And he's like, I'm right here. I've been right here.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to be right here.
Right.
Y'all can
His AD, that's the guy I need to talk to. Like, what did you see? What did you see? I mean, what?
Well, you listen.
And why did it take so long for Sigs?
Well, sometimes people want to lead from the back.
Yeah.
Like if you want to coach, there are things that you don't necessarily want to deal with. And there are tons of coaches that don't want to deal with the madness that is Big Ten football. Like maybe you don't want to deal with the 100 reporters from Nebraska. Right. Some people can get a Big Ten coaching job and there's 6 reporters at the introduction reception.
That's true.
Right. So do you want to deal with that? Do you want to deal with Nebraska Corn Sweat? Do you want to deal with 48 podcast, daily Husker podcast?
Question
deal with
everything.
it,
Question
right?
everything. Yeah.
Right. So okay. So he did what he did. He excelled where he planted. He was planted there, and he grew fruit.
Yeah.
That's all there is. And he said, "I can do this in Harrisonburg, Virginia." Right. All the excuses. There are people that make excuses, and then there are people that make ways. That's one of my favorite gospels. Right? You can make an excuse, or you can make a way.
Mm-hmm.
This guy says, no matter where I am, I'm going to beat you.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. If I go back to that AD that got him, I mean, he found him, and he took a chance, and look at it. It's incredible. Like you can't.
And now UCLA, Steve.
Yeah, Chesney's the same type of guy, probably.
They're hoping for the same magic.
Same program.
Yeah.
Again, we were just talking. If we said 3 years ago that Nebraska should be on James Madison's level, right? And to say,
but come on,
and to say that that Nebraska doesn't have every resource, every talent, every skill.
But what? Here's the thing. You know what? The big takeaway from this conversation is, DP. Sorry to interrupt. Is coaching matters a lot. It matters a lot. Like because I mean, Indiana's the clear example because they've never had a guy like that. And then that guy comes in and it turns on a dime because of what's the variable?
The variable is work.
Well, and the boss.
Well,
the boss.
Here's the thing. We can easily say that he's done more work than everybody else in the Big Ten. No coach is outworking him.
No
coach is outworking him.
He has a formula.
Right. He has and access matters. Troy Dannon talks often about it that privately he would wish that, hey, Matt, do a little less of that and more of this. Trade some of the popularity for wins.
Yeah.
And that work thing, that balance is true.
Yeah, it's
It's important to be liked in Nebraska, but hey, man, it means nothing to winning.
Nothing does.
Well, how do you get liked in Nebraska?
Win games, and you're very popular. Think about this. We praised Tom Allen at Indiana for winning 9 games one year. We thought, oh my God, what an unbelievable job.
It's a nice story.
It was a nice story, but we thought that was about all they can do. We said they have maxed out at Indiana.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Right.
Wrong.
Yeah, they brought in another guy that's a little better than Tom Allen.
Yeah, and people thought he did a nice job there because he did overall, but he had a bad finish and he was gone. And this Cincinnati has now been the alpha, the king, the man.
Matters. That matters. That office matters a lot. That's the big takeaway. I mean, it matters. You got to have the right guy.
Well, identifying the right guy.
Hard to do. It's easier said than done. I mean,
But why is that?
I don't know.
Because
because here's why. There's a lot of reasons, DP. Because some guys aren't a perfect fit for certain places. That's one thing. Some guys hit their peak at maybe 45, do really well, and then it's for whatever reason, they're just not the same. There's the human factor is what I'm getting at. I think there's a human factor that enters into that.
And it's the human factor of the people who are hiring.
Right.
And to understand that those
100%.
people are flawed. Right. Listen, if you have imposter syndrome and you're the boss, you know who you don't want to walk in the door?
Who?
A real dude.
Right.
A real dude.
Right.
You do not.
That's scary.
You don't want. If you're a booster who has all the power in the world with the existing regime, and then somebody walks in and says, I'm going to win. I'm going to help make you proud, but you're going to have to get away a little bit. You're going to have to step away from that. You don't want that guy around either.
Right.
Right. And then there's a reporter. Who do you want? Right. Because there are people who could win games who are going to be a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You make the choice.
Right.
Leadership at the top. If you understand what the priority is, and I've asked this since the first day I got to Nebraska, at the top, John Wooden's pyramid of success, at the top of it, what's at the top for Nebraska? Is it money? Is it finance? Is it student athlete experience? Is it the fan base? Is it the culture? Is it the end? Is it the people of Nebraska? Or is it winning? And I don't know that I've still gotten an answer at what's the thing that overrides everything else. Because we can love Matt Rule at 8 wins. Is that the number at the top of the pyramid? Right? So let's adjust. So
that's half as many as Indiana won last year.
It is.
Literally
And
half,
AC,
actually
they
half.
won 16
Right,
games.
Right. They won 16. Right.
Right.
16.
Right.
Oh,
there's the moment we have to listen to. I always tell Jake, we have to listen to ourselves sometimes. We had a segment on our show, like, what was it, Jake? What would have to happen for Nebraska to win 10 games? And we did a whole segment on it. And I told one of our guys, Sean Callahan, I said, I'm going to write a column, basically, just says, this is what would have to happen for Nebraska to win 10 games. He said, you can't write that. People will be like, Sipple's lost his mind. I said, that's 10. Indiana won 16. I mean,
a third
in the man's second season with the program.
Right, that's 10.
It's the third. It's the third theory that Austin and I talk about all the time. That no matter what your take is, no matter what your headline is, you could write any headline, and a third of the people are going to be supportive. Yes, a third are going to be Sipple, you have lost your mind.
Yeah,
and a third in the middle are going to go, I have to read the article.
Yeah. Oh, good point.
Right.
Yeah,
that
good
we
point.
know that it doesn't matter. That if
Right.
you said 10 wins was the standard, a third of the people will say, hooray.
Yeah.
A third will go, you have lost your mind.
crazy, yeah.
Are you minded? That's 6 less than the national champion.
Right.
Right. Well, and then the folks in the middle go, 10 would be nice. It can't be the standard.
No.
But it would be nice because we're not even in that neighborhood.
Yeah, but some of the discussion is his concern was you're going to lose your credibility, and I'm like, is that where we're at? Like
credibility of who?
Fans.
You mean the
from
truth?
from the fans?
You mean the truth isn't the credibility?
Well, I mean, the point being, we're at that point where I can't even surmise that they could win 10. I mean, come on. That's where we're at, I guess.
Well, you can wrap your head around it intellectually, but not necessarily be able to see the path there outside of if like DP says about the questions all the time, right? I know what it would look like. I know Nebraska could go 10-2 because, like, everyone's 0 and could do it,
right?
But you're convincing yourself of it more so than believing it.
Did we see volleyball going undefeated in the regular season?
We could
Hard
believe
for
it.
anyone to do.
Right?
You could believe that. We could believe that with that
More
program,
plausible.
but it's difficult.
Did we, if we having this conversation a year ago, and we said Nebraska basketball goes to the Sweet 16, literally,
No way.
there's no way.
If I would have wrote that would have
Right?
same
smacked.
Right,
Yeah.
but you'd have been dead on. You'd have been dead right.
Yeah.
And the path. So then, if you say we need to get to 10,
Yeah. There's a
saying
path.
we need to, right?
That's what we were talking about, Jake. What's the path?
The path.
So we
to
laid
10
out about 5 things.
Well, no, the path to 10 isn't much different than anything that we should expect anyway.
Right.
We should never expect less than 10, quite frankly.
Oh, yeah.
We should not listen. I'm not willing to swallow that Nebraska shouldn't win 10 games a year.
What about when Rule came in and what he inherited? You couldn't say 10.
Wait a minute, did you pay him full price in year one?
Yeah, but there's
did the
circumstances.
checks clear? The bank account, was the house nice? The house was paid for. The furniture was good.
Well, yeah, some of that.
Right? So
some of the furniture probably wasn't great.
The check was good.
Yeah.
You got paid.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
okay. Now you were hired because you had already there was evidence
Mhm.
that you could win 10 games.
Or build toward it.
I would say I'd like to be hired to win 10 games. I'm not accepting anything else. And the moment you say, if you get to 10, cool. If you don't, cool. Not for
It
Big
has
Ten
to
money.
be a realistic expectation, right?
If you can't coach Nebraska football to 10 wins, you're saying that's an unrealistic.
Here, I mean,
Ooh.
we're going back to Signetti now.
Hey, right? Like we have
But
evidence.
but he's a unicorn.
We have. Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this question I asked them, Steve, was, we can say that if Indiana can do it, anyone can do it. But is that selling Indiana short and Signetti short? Is he a unicorn? Because if he's a unicorn, then we need to stop saying if Indiana can do it, anyone can do it. There's probably some middle ground there.
Yeah, there's some middle ground. I don't think anybody can do it. I think it takes a rare breed of a person to do it. And we just saw one, I think.
Well, but we saw Washington. We saw TCU. Every year there's a jump up. Every year there's somebody. So
Ole Miss.
every year there's a way. Every year there's a way. It's just not here.
There's a way to 10.
Hasn't been.
Is there a way to 16? It's a big jump. It's a big
It's
jump.
just forget about 16 so many times. You did 16 games last year.
Yeah.
Matt Rule won 19 in 3 years. They won 16 in 1 year.
To tell me that one of the top 20 coaches in the country at the moment of hire, right? He was the hot coach, right?
Rule.
Yeah.
It was him and Fickle were the two guys that cycle.
Okay, but
They
those
were.
are the two
Yep,
guys.
they were
So
the two.
but you could have the same conversation about Fickle that you're having about Rule. Literally, it's in the space. Okay, that at the time of hire, they're in the top 20 coaches in the country, right? That's skill and evidence.
Ranked by somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
Skill and evidence shows that you can win 10 games. You can win a game.
Mm-hmm.
That any of the top 20 coaches, if we said the top 10 coaches of the country, that they could win any game they coached. Period. Isn't that what we hoped was hired?
Yeah.
So are you telling me that Nebraska, with everything on the line and everything lined up with whatever talent you have, that you've acquired, that you've coached, you developed, you recruited, that you can't win any game on your schedule any year?
Well, ideally, yes.
So if you can win any game, you then have a path to every game.
Yeah. Now hold on. I'm gonna back up. I don't think Nebraska's in a year where they can win any game on the
No?
schedule. No, I don't think they. No, I'd give them a 5% chance to win at Autzen. Wow. 5.
Ouch.
Are they ready to do that? You think they're ready? You think they're ready to beat Oregon at all?
I think they need to be. They are not.
Right.
They need to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
good
can't
call.
do that. I can't say that they're ready to beat Oregon in Autzen. Can't say they're ready to beat Ohio State in Lincoln.
What
for,
does
for what we know right now about this team.
There's upsets. There's upsets.
Is
They
Oregon
happen,
playing by different rules?
No, I mean,
They're playing on the
looks
same
like it.
field. They're playing on the same field, right?
Yeah.
Right. Every technique available to Oregon is available to Nebraska.
I understand.
Every scheme is that Oregon
But that's
uses.
the same with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not saying Nebraska's ready to beat them.
But Nebraska could beat a puncher's chance. To tell me that Nebraska has relegated itself to not having a puncher's chance in college
But
football.
you said the Magic Words relegated itself.
All fair.
Relegated
All
itself.
fair.
If everything is available to Nebraska, hypothetically, what has happened from
Now,
Nebraska's
hold on.
end
If you just
that
want to
took
boil it
itself out of
down,
that
if
conversation?
me and you were to bet $1,000, and I'd give you, and you want to go straight up Nebraska against Oregon, I'll do it.
You hear this? Zip wants that money.
I mean, come on. If they got
I don't get to coach them.
Right.
So I can't. No, you asked me to bet on somebody else's work, and that's why I don't bet. I bet on me because I can control what I do. I don't control my opponent. I control me.
I hope Nebraska's building to a point where we can have that discussion. Yeah, I think they can go on Autzen and win.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It's
Yeah.
not certainly fun right now.
They can't beat the Hoosiers.
They can, but
can-
what's the probability?
The probability
It's
is
not 50-50.
It's what,
I'm not going
what
that
does the scoreboard say at opening kickoff?
0-0.
So the probability is whatever you make it.
Right.
And if
that's
you
what I'm
tell
making.
me that I'm coaching 105 football players
Mm-hmm.
with the best coaching talent I can possibly accumulate, with the best resources, because my resources are better, as good as or better as anybody's.
Right.
Best food,
Right.
best fan base,
Yeah.
best equipment,
Right.
best uniform, like all the things.
Right.
Once they play the game, if I haven't taught them, that's on me.
I know. Yeah.
That's on me.
That's why the head coach makes a lot of money.
Yeah, then we need to listen.
That's why the head coach makes a lot
Love
of
you,
money.
coach. Get to winning.
That's where we're at.
That's where.
Yeah, and now listen, on his behalf, there has been legit progress. You have to acknowledge. I have to tell myself that a lot.
Can you
He
stick
has.
around for another segment to acknowledge that progress?
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
let's go
I
to
think
break.
I can. What time?
It's 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stick around. We'll have a sit back with us. Let's acknowledge that progress Matt Rule has made in 3 years, entering year 4. You got Jake, you got DP, you got Sip, you got Austin. We'll be back to Chicago in a second.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today. Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription, or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. Paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Again, about an hour to go on our coverage here from Chicago before we head back to the 402 and a relatively normal Friday. Once again, a big thank you to those 4 sponsors: Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher. Stephen Siffel, we were going to give you the opportunity to make the case and lay out, as you see it, the progress Nebraska has made in the previous 3 seasons under Matt Rule as they enter year 4.
Hey, first of all, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
We don't get an early break crossover in the afternoon. So
checks in the mail, Sippel.
Make sure it's addressed to Stephen M., not Stephen R.
No, R won't cash.
No.
R.
Why do you think I would
Ralph.
put it there?
Stephen R. I mean, come on. The record-wise, there's been progress. The bull, they ended a bull streak, went to 2 of them. That's tangible. It's real progress. It is. You can't deny it. They went and won a bowl game against Boston College. There was progress there. I'll tell you what's happened. What has happened is those 3 games from last year have significantly altered the conversation. If the 3 final games.
Have they altered the conversation or have they furthered it? Because that, to
I'd
me,
say
is one of the things that Rule was asked about was November.
The reason
so that's
yeah.
been more of the same, unfortunately.
The reason I say altered is because if they win those games, we're having a lot different. Think how different the conversation would be
if they win one of them.
I'd say if they win all three, you're having a drastic.
All three for sure.
Yeah,
even
drastic.
one.
I mean,
and does it matter?
They could have closed by beating Utah. We've seen that before. Remember when they beat UCLA in the Foster Farms Bowl? How that dramatically impacted the conversation. A bowl win will do that, especially against a team like that, and against in an environment like that where Utah was good. That was a good Utah team. That was a big Utah crowd. You kind of were winning in their region a little bit. Yeah, it would have been significant to win that game. These conversations would feel a lot different.
It's tough because the Penn State game, you ended that game, and that was it was a scuffling Penn State team with the interim head coach, and they dominated you. You could not stop them defensively. That you couldn't move on them. It was a rout. And then the Iowa game happens. The last two games, the regular season, were pummelings. You beat UCLA. Okay, maybe that will spark something on the road, and it didn't. It sparked nothing. 3 straight blowouts to end the year, and that's why what at one point mid-November had a potential chance of a good feeling wiped almost completely away. Even though there was progress, it's a horrible taste in your mouth with how those last 3 games went.
So don't you think, guys, that they'd be Don't you think, guys, that they'd be incredibly hungry right now?
I hope they are.
To wash that taste out.
Yeah, I want to re-identify, rebrand. The scars are a lesson, is what great coaches will tell you. And you either get sick and tired of getting beat and start beating people up, or you curl up. And the curling up version is not appealing. It's not attractive to me.
No.
So it's time for Nebraska to throw hands.
100%.
Like listen, you're back to, and I want to
not catch them.
Right. I want to, and I would like for them to operate from the place of back against the wall throwing hands.
That's what Penn State was doing in that game.
Not middle of the ring, hey, where it's a 50-50 ball. It's where I have nothing to lose, everything to win.
God, yes.
And I must knock you out.
And then what happens? They upset somebody, maybe.
First of all, I want to get to the
somebody.
point where it's not an upset. I don't want it to be an upset.
I know, but first things first.
There's got to be steps.
Well,
there's steps.
Listen, quite frankly, if they beat Ohio, it's an upset.
No, easy.
Like,
come on. No.
You haven't won a game yet. You're 0-0. Right. What is there a promise that they beat Ohio?
No.
Okay, so
it's not an upset.
If we call that upset, we got bigger problems on our hands.
Wait a minute. What happened, Austin Norman? What happened the last time Nebraska's projected quarterback faced Ohio's defense?
17 to 10, yeah.
Held them to 10 points. And do you believe in full that the evidence says that they're going to produce more than 10 points against Ohio? The evidence says no. You produce 10 points. Maybe different talent around you, maybe different coaching. But the possibility, the opportunity is that you put up 50.
Mm-hmm.
But the evidence says that you're 0-0 and Ohio doesn't care. You think Ohio's coming to Lincoln to roll over and curl up?
No.
Ohio's going to come in, put their back to the wall, and throw hands.
Yeah, they are.
And
those teams are going to be hungry those first 3 to
And
come
if
in here.
you
It's
aren't
still Nebraska.
If you aren't prepared to throw hands against Ohio,
Yeah, then you get into this very interesting psychological conversation about Nebraska, which I don't think they upset many teams because they don't carry themselves like underdogs ever, because it's Nebraska, and there's still that past. And now the past kind of works against you a little bit, I think.
hey, what
Do you
does
see what I'm saying?
What does Iowa think of the end?
Right.
You
They like to beat
take
the end.
pleasure.
They like
They
to
take
beat
pleasure
the
in
end.
the end.
They have no fear of it.
Right.
No.
So
none.
listen, if I'm wearing that in, I'm knocking Iowa out.
Trying.
I'm stalking you.
Yeah.
I'm stalking you.
Yeah.
It's become very apparent who that game means more to. For some reason, it means more to Iowa. I don't know. At some point, Nebraska.
Why?
But we can say that about Will Bolton baseball too. We said that about Minnesota.
Because you allow it. Because it's allowed. It's allowed. It's, you know what? We're shooting up. We're punching. We're punching up. It's okay. We're still going to show up. We're going to show up anyway. We've always showed up. That's the statement. No, quite frankly, the last person to beat Iowa for Nebraska isn't here, right? There's a guy that we know, we talk to every day that could tell us what it's like to beat Iowa.
Yeah.
We don't listen to him, do we? He doesn't have. He can't help them now, can he?
Right.
They don't let him help them.
Apparently not.
Tell me you care
Right.
by telling me you ignore evidence on a regular basis. Hey, does anybody know how to beat Iowa? And there's a single hand in the crowd of 90,000 that races
I got an idea.
that races from 11th and O Street to say, I know, and they go, nah.
Don't be ridiculous.
Let me throw this back to you here, Sip. You mentioned the record, right? 5 wins to 6 wins to 7 wins.
Yeah.
Are there any other readily appreciable ways you notice progress in this Nebraska football program that come to mind?
Discernible.
Was Nebraska a more talented team in the 7-5 regular season than
You'd
a
have to say
5-7
the
regular
bowl
season?
streak ended, right?
Yes.
That's discernible.
Is there a better message around the program now than when Matt Rule started?
I mean, you have
more
to
coherent.
I would have to see all of that right now. I mean, there's nothing I can say discernible. Now, that what they say is, for instance, it was very interesting yesterday. Dannon told reporters that this is Matt's best roster. Okay, there is something I would call discernible. The 2027 recruiting class, it's good. The ratings are good. They do have a quarterback in that class that I believe is.
That he got asked about and couldn't talk about, which is kind of
That
funny.
was interesting.
I've seen him play.
Unique question.
I mean, I know.
Dance around it.
I talked to Ohio State guys last night. Ohio State's still coming.
Yeah. Are they? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're not serious. Why,
No, they're not gonna
why
go away.
would they go away?
So that 2027 class is real. I think you can point to that.
So how did Nebraska get it? What about Nebraska for 24, 25, and 26 led to that 27 class?
Well, I think you have some good recruiters.
So the staff is better? Is that progress?
Well, how do I know? Okay, now here's what I'd say about that. There's 7 new, I'll call full-time coaches. Dannon in the interview said we have a better staff. Now I've grown to say, show me that. Don't tell me.
So then is it infrastructure? Is there better recruiting
Well, I
infrastructure?
don't know.
that's leading to it, potentially?
This is a big season. Ask me after it. You're getting to the point now, and this is why it's intriguing to me this year 4. You're getting to a point where now there's really no excuses. You can't create excuses by saying, well, now I have a new defensive coordinator and a new special teams guy. You got to give it time. Not really. And I don't.
It was your choice to get new guys.
What's that?
It was your choice.
his choice,
Whether you had
right.
to or not felt obligated to is your choice.
Right. And none of this is out of bounds. I mean, he's in year 4. He's one of the top 15 highly paid coaches in the
Go run
country.
free, Jay.
No,
Go run
I
free,
already
Jake
saw him.
Sorensen.
I already saw him.
Go
He's
run
fine.
free.
The podium appearance by Signetti was impressive.
I've watched a lot. Well, he was good on the side podium too. I
Oh,
watched
he
it for 5 minutes
had a
of it.
packed house here.
He's got it.
He's got
He's
he-
got it.
What they say in the TV
Swag.
show Scrubs. I don't know what it is, but
he got it.
whatever it is, he's got it.
That man has it.
It's in full. So if this roster has greater talent,
Right, what they're saying.
quarterback room this year versus previous year, better talent.
Yes. I think so, overall.
Running back room.
I mean, it can't it's comparable. I
The
would
word
say.
you were looking for was no.
Emmett Johnson's not here. Emmett
No,
Johnson's-
hold on, but this year, at this time last year, we weren't saying,
Yes,
oh,
true.
God, it's loaded. No, we weren't.
No,
What
you're right, we
evidence
weren't.
do
You're
we
right.
have, kind sir? Does this year's roster have a 1,200, 1,500 yard rusher?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Offensive line.
Looks, I mean, there's some promise there.
Okay. Defensive line.
That's the
Concern.
one that you wonder about the most.
Linebacker room.
I wonder about it.
Different.
Defensive backfield.
I wonder about it.
That's a lot of wondering,
Tight end room.
which he's not wrong about.
I mean, wonder about it.
Yeah.
Adequate.
Yeah. Passing game.
I wonder. I like the receiver room, though. I do.
Running back room. Running game.
I definitely wonder.
A lot of questions. That's part of the. That's why we're entering year 4 and we're trying to discern progress, and we have way more questions than we have answers.
Of course we do. The last 3 games happened. I mean, they
that's
happened.
true. Oh man, bad taste.
They happened.
I just and I want to forget, but I can't.
No, you can't.
I can't.
No, and it would be a disservice too. I mean, it'd be really. You can't do that.
Oh man,
it'd be disingenuous to say those 3 games didn't matter much. Oh God, do they matter? Because November, like Rule said at the podium, November. Jake, I always tell Jake this. November matters to me more than anything because it's the rough time now. Now it's rough.
See, this is
cold
where
for everybody.
We
It's tough for everybody.
bump heads on that because I could care less about November.
I could care a lot.
Listen.
I think it tells you about everything you need to know.
No. Hear me. September is all there is. September's all there is.
Why?
I don't care about what happens in November because if I get my head kicked in September, November doesn't matter. Doesn't
You gotta get
matter.
to November.
Now hold on.
The path to everything we talk about is beating Ohio and North Dakota and Bowling Green, and then finding a way against Michigan State and Maryland, right? And then being whatever version we're going to be in October at the highest level. And it has to be perfect. September has to be really good.
This year it does, yeah.
Has to be really good. So if you're looking at November, oh my goodness gracious, the truck is pulling up on you. You're going to get hit by traffic.
No, you can't look at it, but I can. They can't, but I can. Well, as I assess a team, they can't look at it like me. But we're talking about 2 different things.
Yeah,
No. Hold on. If from my standpoint, if they lose to Ohio, then lose to Maryland, but they close by beating Oregon, Ohio State, and Iowa.
What if they
I'd
close
say
by beating Illinois and Iowa? Illinois, Rutgers, Iowa.
by the
That's a
way,
3-1
a couple
November.
of those games aren't in November. But if they close by going 3-1 in November, I can dismiss as a analyst. Well, they lost to Ohio early, but look how they beat Ohio State. So I'd rather beat Ohio State.
But wouldn't you? I mean, I've heard you guys.
Yeah.
You'd be really upset that they're playing in this bowl rather than that one. If you only beat Ohio, you'd be playing in a game that matters.
Yeah.
It'd be a high revenue game, better recruiting, better TV spot, better location, all of those things. That's the next. Listen, we can be honest about it, and you tell me you lose Ohio, you got to answer questions that never go away.
It's going to get correct.
That's going to leave a mark.
Right. You think like a coach because you're a coach. And I'm thinking like a sports writer. I assess November as the month that matters the most to me because it's so hard.
Well, is it fair to say that September matters because it comes first, and then October matters when it's time for October to matter, and November matters when it's time for November to matter?
Because the hard part is August. And you can't get through August looking at Iowa in November.
No, I know, and I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, like it's listen.
Simple
to me.
can though.
Yeah, Simple can do
Landry
whatever.
can't.
Stephen R can do whatever he wants. Stephen M.
Right.
Stephen M. is going to sit here and tell you like and you're absolutely right.
Right.
In that the fan base is looking at Iowa and circling it and going, okay,
Yeah.
this is what we're
You
going to
can't do that as a coach.
But I'm sitting here back here going, you're going to get one chance to make a first impression with me. And that statement is going to tell me the thing that you did for 8 months show up September 5 against Ohio.
Now, what about this DP? Oh, what about this DP? I would, if I were coaching, I would suggest that we train with November in mind.
Yeah.
I want you to think about November all summer as you're training. Not think about a team, just think about the month. Because that's what we're training for.
GPS North Star, set the direction.
But the GPS will tell you.
You got to get to September.
Here's where we are.
Here's
where we are. Here's how we got here. We are
I'm
a
just saying
team that is. We might need a new motor, new engines. We need to refuel because we took some dents at the end of this thing. So where we currently sit, but you get to restart, and at 0-0, every opportunity is there. And you just please tell me you have a way to beat Ohio. Just tell me that the work you put in beats Ohio. Because Jake Sorensen, we will find him on the top of a building if they lose to Ohio.
Me and
You will also find Jake
90,000
Sorensen at
fans.
the top of a building. If they beat Ohio, he'll be screaming from the rooftops. So
Yeah.
either
Yeah.
way, Jake Sorensen at the
Yeah.
top of the building.
Fair.
So I see that happen.
Fair.
Speaking of at the top, we are nearly at the top of another hour, about half an hour to go in our coverage here from Big Ten
you,
Media
guys.
Days.
Thanks,
for
Chip.
stopping by, Sid. Appreciate it as always. We'll be
Thanks.
back in the 2 o'clock hour after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. Paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement. Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Looking for the right utility tractor for your acreage? Find it at Landmark Implement. Shop our selection of used John Deere compact tractors from 1 through 5 series with the power and versatility to track mowing, yard work, snow removal, and more. For a limited time, get 2.9% financing for 36 months, followed by 6.2 for 24 months with approved credit. We've got the right fit for your property and your budget. Stop by your local Landmark Implement or visit us online at landmarkimp.com today and experience the Landmark difference.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
At Schweizle Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwizo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwizo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back in. Final half an hour of our coverage here at 93.7 The Ticket from Big Ten Football Media Days. It feels like we've been here a long time, but it's also flown by in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Ticket fans, Ticket family, for riding with us over the course of these last 2.5 days or so. A big thank you as well to all four sponsors. Going to shout them out here at the top of the final hour of our coverage. Sandhills Global, growing right here in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Thank you to Gary Michaels Clothiers. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. Their entire inventory is included, including Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free Woven USA-themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848 or go to GaryMichaels.com. Thank you to Warhorse Casino. Download the Warhorse Casino app today, where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. Thank you to Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or you can go to prg-ne.com. Thanks for everyone who's chimed in. I know we haven't gotten to all the texts throughout the course of the day. We've gotten to plenty of them, both online and offline, and so we will continue to do that here through the next half an hour or so. And then the guys back in Lincoln, back in the 402, will carry you through the rest of the afternoon into Ticket weeknights. I assume you'll hear the interviews played by that we had with Nebraska's players. Maybe go over the Matt Rule audio once again. Interesting, to the point stuff from the head coach. Still plenty more to dive into when we get back to Lincoln tomorrow. I know that'll be a big topic of conversation tomorrow and probably into the start of camp. We'll have some availabilities for football beginning here as the fall camp begins, whether that's over the weekend or early into next week. So definitely stay tuned for all of that. Again, 402-464-5685 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Speed Limit chimes in, says, I've enjoyed the Tickets coverage of Big Ten Media Days. Thanks for being there for all 3 days. It's an honor to be here. It's a privilege to be here, and we couldn't do it without, again, those four great sponsors: Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher. Couldn't do it without the team back home: Harrison, Bach, Rudy, Tristan, Wyman, Peyton, et cetera, all the way through the list. So thank you to everyone who has made this trip possible. We hope we've provided some good quality content for you. That is, of course, always our goal. And so, Speed Limit, we'll get to this from you as well. So what Sip was saying is that there's not a ton to point to as progress. I would quibble a little bit with what Sip was saying, because if all you're going to say is that the record being one game better each of the last 3 years is all the progress you've seen, I don't think that's necessarily fair, right? I do think his point about the 27 recruiting class was a good one, as we can loop Jake Sorensen into this as well. You don't get a recruiting class like that if things aren't getting better, whether that's the staff, whether that's the recruiting infrastructure, whether that's better, more consistent, concise messaging. But, outside of the record, outside of the recruiting, we're in wait and see mode for year 4. But I think, Jake, throughout the course of the first 3 years, if we don't project into year 4, we're just taking from the day Matt Rule was hired through the end of the bowl game last year. I think you can say there's been progress, right? I think Nebraska is better at the skill positions. It's certainly deeper at the very least. I think that you can say Nebraska has maintained at least some semblance of a defensive identity, even through the different 3-3-5s that they've seen. The defense isn't getting shredded necessarily consistently. Now it's had its ups, it's had its downs, but I think we saw some times where the defense looked really bad late in the Scott Frost era, and the defense has been better more often than it's been worse, I would say, under the Matt Rule era. Yeah. And there's still more work to be done, absolutely. Quarterback, I think, is still unsettled, and I think figuring that out, what Nebraska wants to do, that might be the next point of progress for Nebraska long-term, figuring out what the quarterback position looks like. But I think that if all you're going to say is, well, the record's the only, real point of progress, there's a lot that goes into the record getting a game better each year. And I'm trying to figure out what those areas of progress are.
Well, I think it's easy to nitpick certain areas. I mean, people, when you have not made extreme progress, will
context-free progress.
Yeah, will I think lean towards negative and pessimism, cynicism. I'm guilty of that also. I'm certainly guilty of that. But I think that if you compare right now in year 4 versus Matt Rule's first or second year, I don't know if the run defense is as good as it was. Think about the likes of kudos to Scott Frost getting Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmacher, and who were great defensive tackles, defensive ends. Obviously Ty is still in the NFL with the Eagles, and Nash has been around, and
he's moving to OL, funny enough.
Yeah,
this offseason.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. But you can't convince me that position, that line is better than it was when Rule got here, which I think for those who nitpick, Austin, is that Matt Rule's a defensive guy. He's a defensive line guy. He's a trenches guy. And it's concerning maybe that you have not seen that particular part of Nebraska get better. You thought maybe with him being here, the trenches would be fortified. And again, we like the look of the old line going into this year with these transfers in Paul Mubenga and obviously Brendan Black and Tree Babalade, and you get Elijah Pritchett and Justin Evans. The look is good on the offensive line, but
can I stop you
the
there
defensive line, I just don't know.
Are we sure that he is a defense guy or a defensive line guy? It's what he says he is, but is that what Matt Rule cut his teeth doing? Not necessarily, right? Maybe when but he coached all sorts of positions, right? And he'll tell you about that. I think Matt Rule certainly understands and recognizes the importance of the offensive line in the defensive line. But Jake, I don't know if we know what that thing is that Matt Rule can hang his hat on, right? Is if he's a defensive guy, why didn't he bring a scheme with him? Is it because he wasn't able to convince Phil Snow to come out of quasi-retirement, who'd been his guy? But that wasn't Matt Rule's defense, was it? It was Phil Snow's defense under Matt Rule's tutelage, right? Did Matt Rule come to Nebraska with, this is the type of defensive lineman that we're looking for? We're looking for this build on the edge. We're looking for this build on the interior. This is how they're going to play. We haven't seen that. And I'm not saying the head coach needs to be a scheme guy, but if you're going to say he's a defensive guy, he's defensive-minded. He's going to put a lot of emphasis on it, but the scheme isn't his. It's why you've had 3 defensive coordinators in 4 years now at this point, right? And so if Matt Rule's, placing the emphasis, the priority on defense, that's fine. But I don't think he can take ownership of the defense. He's still trying to figure out what it is.
Okay. But that's on you, though. You are the head coach. If you've had 3 coordinators in 4 years, that's probably a you problem. You didn't have a plan. What was your plan coming in?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So he can't claim. I'm saying he can't claim to be a defensive guy if he didn't have a plan coming in.
But that's the concerning part, Austin, is because everywhere he's gone, he's been known as having good defensive lines. Temple, Baylor, They were fortified there. Even, Carolina didn't work out, but he wanted to have a good defensive line there. Like, he's been known as that guy. So if we're sitting here entering year 4, you're in your
But are we
third
giving him too much
coordinator.
credit for it? Are we sure it was his plan?
I don't know.
That's
but
my concern.
But it's been the trend with what he's done. So how could it not be what he's known for? When he was hired, people said, okay, this is going to be good for the trenches. That's because he has fortified those wherever he's gone. And I know things are different now. Like we mentioned earlier an hour ago, that the building is different now than it was when Matt Rule was in college at Temple and Baylor. NIL and portal wasn't something that existed back then. And so you could actually get guys for 4 years, get them stronger, get them the system, and it worked out. And that doesn't work anymore. That is not the norm. That's an outlier, which is crazy. I think that's the outlier. And so something in the way he is building his teams and fortifying his rosters is wrong.
Well, and that's where I'll go with this then. I've always viewed Matt Rule as a CEO coach, right, with that kind of moniker, because he didn't come in as this, whiz kid calling plays for offense or defense. I've always kind of viewed Matt Rule as the vision shaper, as the caretaker, as the shepherd of the program, right? And sure, he sets the direction, right? He tells you what he wants to get accomplished. But when you look at the coordinator hires, right, where did Brett Bielema get his OC? UTSA. Has really worked for the Big Ten, right? Brett Bielema, maybe an offensive line guy. They've been good there. Iowa in his history and whatnot. But, has Rule nailed a coordinator hire? Tony White. Other than that, we haven't necessarily seen it yet. And if Rule's going to be the CEO guy setting the vision, to me, the most important thing he can do is hire the right people. If he's a scheme guy.
How long does he get to make that extension happen? So I guess he's got time. And that's the decision that Troy Danan has made. And that's why at this point, like I said earlier, an hour ago, that we are not against Matt Rule. If he thinks that the fans don't like our media, he's wrong. The fans want to like him. The media wants to like him, but they want a reason to like him with the results on the field.
Well, I think we like Matt Rule, the guy. We want a reason to praise him for doing
100%,
good work.
100%. Go ahead,
Jake,
Fred.
I got a question, man.
Hit me.
If this isn't the year that y'all want, then what's going to happen to Matt Rule?
Well,
then what's going to happen to
that's
his
the problem with the buyout, is that they're in a position they really can't let him go, because
Understood.
Nebraska, let's go back to last year. Nebraska beats Northwestern at home to get to 6-2.
Yeah.
And after they just lost to Minnesota, they beat Northwestern in a nice bounce back.
And
so
USC's coming to town.
So they enter the end of October, bowl eligible with opportunity ahead to hopefully get to maybe 9-3, 10-2 if you finish strong.
Right.
Because November was not a brutal schedule this past year. Look before the year, that trip to Penn State was daunting, and it ended up being daunting. But the way that they folded with losses to Northwestern, UCLA, you thought, all right, this trip, which looked like it was going to be a beatdown, is winnable. And Nebraska, I think, was favored going into the game and lost by 27 points. Was it 37-10, something like that?
Yeah.
So I mean,
is that the game you were saying? Those are the games we have to win.
Yes, they have to stop losing those games. They have to get over the hump, and that would not have been an upset because of how the season unfolded for Penn State.
Of course.
But if it was the season we thought it was, and they won that game, that was a huge upset. But this all culminates. It's not all Matt Rule's fault about the frustration, the fan base not having any major wins, but he's also part of it because he hasn't had any major wins. Like we said earlier in the day, his best win is against a 9-win Colorado team 2 years ago. That's his best win at Nebraska. Otherwise, you could say a win at home against Northwestern, which is not, that's not impressive. A win against Cincinnati and Arrowhead was nice, but that ended up being a 7-5 Cincinnati team that had a great start and a horrible finish to the year.
Maybe the best they ever looked was the first half of that Colorado game.
Yes, 28-0.
Or that Wisconsin game that he mentioned.
He mentioned
right?
after one of the 2 wins he has in November.
Yeah, and I was at that game with my dad. Took him as a birthday present. It was fun to be there. What stood out to me about that game was Nebraska responded. They got a lead. Wisconsin would score. Nebraska would answer. Wisconsin would score. Nebraska would answer. Keep them at arm's length.
Right.
That's what Wisconsin spent, the non-blowout games doing to Nebraska. That's what Iowa did, to Nebraska. And so I thought that could have been a turning point. Hey, look, that's a decent, okay team, at least in Nebraska's neighborhood. They took their best shot. They did what they were supposed to do at home. Hasn't necessarily translated since then.
Do you care if they had a horrible season and they beat Iowa? Do y'all care like that?
Well, that
Like the
helps a
Iowa-
horrible season. Like, I mean,
Okay.
let's go back to example. So we mentioned 2022. That was a bad season. Nebraska ended up 4-8, and so
Okay.
they were
Fired Frost.
They were 3-8 going
Yeah, I
into the
remember.
Iowa game on the road and won. So was that did that save the season? No. Did it help it immensely? Yes. You ended a bad season with a good taste in your mouth, but it still was not enough to fix the woes of the season of getting beat by Northwestern in Ireland, by getting beat at home by Georgia Southern, who had 600 yards of offense in that game.
Pat Fitzgerald's last Big Ten win, by the way, was that Dublin
Nebraska
game.
in 2022 against Nebraska and Ireland. It didn't fix giving up 49 points to Oklahoma at home in a game that Nebraska was up 7-0, and then they gave up 49 straight points in the game. Like, that stuff happened. You can't and Mickey Joseph and Bill Bush did a great job of righting the ship, but the ship had already sailed, so to speak. They're just trying to
They
save
righted
it
the
from
lifeboat. The ship had
yeah,
sunk.
right.
They righted the lifeboat.
They got the lifeboat. The ship was already gone. It crashed, but they got on the lifeboat and made that respectable. But it still didn't save face for the season. It just was a nice bow on a rough year.
And Griff, that's back to your question as well about, if this year doesn't go well or
Yeah.
well enough. And
Right.
again, each fan is going to have their own expectations and their own thoughts for what the season could be or should be. That's why I think Nebraska and Troy Dannon have to be really careful with what they do. It's too late now, right? You're not going to rescind the extension.
Of course.
But you are paid as the athletic director, as president, board of regents, maybe not paid, but again, in a similar kind of role, to make the right decision.
Yes.
It is on you to have as much information as you can possibly get, right? You have to know how real or how astroturfed Penn State's interest in Matt Rule is. If you're that scared of losing the guy because he's the one, you want to give him time, okay, so be it. I can't tell you you're wrong. Jake's right. It's time to see progress, more progress, context-free, easily quantifiable. Everyone can say, yes, this was clearly better sort of progress. But if Penn State was just poking around and not really serious about it, you have to be able to hold the line. You have to be able to stand your ground, and say, hey, we like you. You're still our guy. We still believe in you. You cannot take it personal if we don't offer you an extension right now.
Exactly.
Because you still have 5 years on your contract.
Right.
What's the purpose of this extra year? All it's going to do is get us in trouble. You are safe enough. You are secure enough. We want you here. We want to negotiate with you in good faith when the time is right. But Nebraska completely jumped the shark and the gun on that. And I'm not saying it's the first time. It probably won't be the last time. But it's part of the conversation.
I'm a veteran, right? Copied Morse code during Desert Storm in the Army. My whole family served, actually. My daddy, Marine drill instructor. My grandpa, Navy. My oldest son, Army. My middle son, Air Force. My youngest son, Army. My brother, Marines. My other brother, Army. My first cousin, Air Force. Like, we serve.
Sure.
And in the military, if you have an expectation and you mess up, somebody has to eat that. Like, and they're not gonna, and it's not gonna be general, colonel. It's some enlisted person, an E7, Sergeant Griffin, they're gonna put that on somebody. So, and as I listen to you talk about that and the coaching in Nebraska, but who eats that in the end? Because right now the fans is eating it,
Well,
that ain't fair.
It's the fans. You would say, quote unquote, eat it would be make a move, which again, no one is calling for, no one is rooting for.
Yeah.
That would want to happen. But if that's the case, if someone has to eat it, if the season goes poorly or this season is not up to expectations, and next year the 27 class doesn't come in and deliver right away, which I don't think is the expectation. But if it's another 2 mediocre years and there's not clear quantifiable progress, then what was it turn to? The boosters, the same ones you're asking to fund your program. Hey, sorry, we're going to do this now for what? You don't have to pay Pelini as much necessarily. I forget the whole contract situation, but for firing Solich early, firing Callahan early, firing Pelini early, firing Riley early, firing Frost early, and again, not hoping that it comes to it, but have to acknowledge the possibility in a couple of years. That'd be 6 coaches in a row that you
Paid to go away.
Paid to go away.
Jeez.
And this can't turn into that. You can't afford for this to turn into that, Jake.
And again, that's why I'll keep saying what I said. But no one is rooting against Matt Rule. I don't know.
You said that.
I don't know if he believes that. There's a chance that he does because there's been a lot of things, bad things said about Matt Rule in terms of what he's done here, what he has not done at Nebraska. But this entire media corps and this fan base wants it to work out because of exactly what you just said. We are sick of being the joke of paying people to go away, of starting over. I mean, starting over is exciting, but it stopped being exciting with how much it has failed in starting over.
Yes.
Well, it's exciting and it's exhausting. You're tired of having to do it, I think, in a lot of ways. And so the year 4, no, it should not be a reset year, right? I understand why Matt Rule would bristle at that, but maybe it needs to be. Maybe it's fine. Okay, you know what? The first 3 years thing didn't work. Had a vision. We can adjust. We can pivot. Our core principles are the same.
Yes.
But, man, if you have to make it feel like you're starting over in year 4, you're supposed to be starting to crescendo. Maybe
Right.
not.
There's
no hit
something
your
wrong
peak,
with that.
But you're still closer to flatlining than you are to pointing up.
But and that's I guess for Matt Rule, that's the benefit of having the extension. He can, knowing that, hey, listen, if I have a bad year, and he fired me, I'm getting a lot of money to go away. I hope he's not feeling that way, but he does now with the extension have probably some ability to say, all right, I'm going to start over in some capacities, and we have made some progress, but it's not enough, and it's not going to elevate quickly enough to get to where we need to be. So how can I maybe reevaluate what I'm doing and change some things? I don't know if that's what he's going to do, but he still has Dana Holgorsen here, who's now in his second full year at Nebraska. You mentioned his new DC, obviously, and Rob Arch, who was successful last year at San Diego State, but has never been at the Power 5 level in this role. So there could be some growing pains there, but he did bring some talented players in Owen Chambliss and Dwayne McDougal.
But not the most talented, per the recruiting rankings,
absolutely,
guys.
right. But again, I don't think that goes back to Indiana. They didn't have the most talented in the recruiting profile.
Man, let's talk about exactly.
They just gel.
made it happen.
I mean, Griff, you like Michigan. Michigan's always way above teams like
Right.
Indiana, but guess what? Indiana has closed the gap and passed Michigan to a
Yes.
certain extent.
No, absolutely.
And they're not saying they passed Ohio State, but last year they beat Ohio State, won the national championship, and that's stuff that we could never dream of in our
But
lifetime.
that's exciting for the Nebraskas of the world, because look, here you go in Minnesota and everybody that's like that. Like, look, I've heard this coach from Indiana talk all the time. I don't care what a kid did before. I just ask one question: does he love football? And if you love football, we can work everything else out. But if you just he don't want you.
Well,
and
Jake-
then he want to get grown. He want to get people that's, the junior, the red shirt junior that they've, been going around. Is he ready now to do what he came to college for?
Well, and Jay would always talk about not just loving what football can give you, but loving the act of football.
Yes.
And not just loving game day Saturdays, riding, waking up in the hotel, riding the bus, getting the uniform on and playing the game. The whole process of football.
Yeah.
Sunday to Friday leading into Saturday and then repeating the whole time. Jay's huge on that.
We love radio. We love talking. We love communicating. We love being fans that get to talk about the game that we're fans of. You know what I'm saying? So that's a love that we wake up with. Man, I don't go to work and say, man, I gotta go to this job again. I go to work. I'm excited. I wake up at 4:23 in the morning to do the morning show from 6 to 10 across the country, But if you don't have an energy and wake up with expectation, like what expectation is Matt waking up with? And and what can we see that resonate to the fans, to the team? Can the team also be excited about coach being excited? Because that's all you want. You just want a spark. And that spark to keep going from week to week to week to week.
Just a few more minutes left in our coverage here. Big thanks again to our sponsors. Jake, we got a text from Corey and Lincoln. Matt Rule's a very likable guy. If he wins the games, the fan base will get behind him. The problem with his approach is without the wins, it comes off like a snake oil salesman. And here's the thing. That's not just Matt Rule, right? That's any coach that's going to say anything, right? Every fan base will eventually view it as that. Oh, are you really a man of your word? You're not coming through. You're not necessarily, delivering. And that's not just a Matt Rule problem, right? Nebraska's problems are unique to Nebraska, but they're also problems other people have solved before.
Yeah.
And we hope Matt Rule has, enough wherewithal to solve them like other places have solved them.
Absolutely. And again, that's why as much as there's concern and doubt about how good this team can be, we, for the first time in a long time, I just love to be proven wrong in a good way. Like prove the naysayers who don't believe you that they're putting you down before the ball is snapped, that you've changed some things. It's possible. It's feasible.
Yes.
They can do that. That's allowed. I want this fan. I want this fan base to have the feeling of, wow, they actually maybe didn't overachieve what your goals were for Nebraska, but they overachieved what our thoughts of the team could be. And that does not have to be a novel concept. Does not have to be a novel concept at all.
It does not. Again, just a few minutes left before we will send it back to Lincoln and put a bow on our coverage here from Chicago. DP, any final thoughts here from Media Days for you? What did you see over the 3 days?
37 days until beat Ohio. That's it. Everything you do, everything from this point forward. I don't dazzle me. Don't BS me. Get to work. Beat Ohio. Everything else is fixable after that. Do your job. 37 days. If I give anybody at this table 37 days to accomplish something, they accomplish it. Like, that's what I know. So 37 days, beat Ohio. Everything else, second level. Don't need to deal with it.
Griff, it's been great having you. What stood out to you about Big Ten Media Days?
Man, it was great to be with you guys again. It's just going to make me in the next, if it's 37 days to Ohio, that means in the next 60 days, I got to get back to Lincoln, go to the new studio, check you guys out. I'm at 2 trillion everywhere. That's all my social media, the website, the number 2, the word trillion. Thank y'all for having me. Thank you for bringing me here. I mean, I couldn't be, it was life-changing.
Jake, what's the conversation moving forward?
It's a tough conference. I mean, the Big Ten's on top right now, 3 straight
Poor
titles.
Jake.
It could be Oregon once again. Impressive to get Kyle Whittingham in this conference. Pat Fitzgerald, glad to see him back. A lot of excitement ahead. Is it Oregon's year? We don't know. Could Indiana repeat? Can Ohio State get back on top? Can Michigan with Whittingham get it going right away to the playoff and fix Bryce? Elevate Bryce Underwood. A lot of great questions. I'm pumped.
USC.
And USC again. This team is seen as maybe the 4th best team. Can Lincoln Riley get it right? Can Maeva get over the top and get to the playoff? Like, there's so many great storylines that we hope that Nebraska is a part of the good conversation on the correct half of the conference and not the wrong half of the conference.
It's been the Nebraska Day today as Matt Rule kicked things off again. Plenty more to come in terms of reaction from Big Ten Media Days as we move into tomorrow and start of fall camp coming up for Nebraska next week. That'll do it. But first, we want to say thank you once again to all our sponsors who made it possible for us to get out here. To Sandhills Global, thank you. To Gary Michaels Clothiers, thank you. To Warhorse Casino, thank you. To Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate, thank you. Harrison, Bach, Rudy, Tristan, Peyton, whole crew back there holding it down. Thank you. We will hit the road. We'll talk to you again soon. This is it from Chicago.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks,